a lancé le meeting en fait, je crois.
C'est ça, là.
Oh, c'est trop bizarre. J'ai une ligne là qui est flottante.
Et tu bouges comme ça là?
Ouais.
What? Ah ouais? C'est chelou ça.
Ouais.
C'est dans le stream?
C'est dans le
C'est pas
Zoom.
Tospa, on l'a pas. Ah ouais, dans le Zoom.
Ouais.
On le voit pas là sur la. Le vidéo, on voit nulle part du tout. C'est que sur l'ordi, c'est que sur cet ordi peut-être?
Non, non,
Ah non, non, ah
sur
ouais, là
tous
aussi,
les
ouais,
Zooms.
ah ouais.
Si jamais j'ai déjà fait le rec.
T'as lancé le rec?
Ouais.
Ok, c'est cool.
Et là, toi, t'envoies le son de la salle.
De la salle, juste un petit peu.
Et je t'entends toi.
Quoi?
Je t'entends toi dans le Zoom.
J'ai donné les 3 micros. Tu m'entends moi?
J'entends la salle.
Ah bah la salle c'est possible parce que là, moi si je coupe le micro là,
Je t'entends toi.
là tu m'entends moi. Il y a un micro allumé quelque part sur un des ordi alors peut-être.
Mais c'est pas la PC d'IA en fait qu'on chope. T'envoies la musique là dans le.
Ouais, ouais. Laisse-moi vérifier, oui.
J'entends la salle, j'entends pas la musique.
Okay, we're live on. We're in the webinar. We are in the webinar, and we're also already streaming on YouTube.
Yes.
We have a few panelists who have joined. We just want to do some audio testing. Is that fine?
Yes.
We need like
We
two.
use the table microphones.
Ah ok ok.
Yeah.
Attends, mais j'ai un souci moi là. C'est la musique que t'envoies là.
Oui oui.
Moi, c'est la salle que j'entends. Je m'entends moi parler.
Ah ouais alors là.
Putain.
Le micro,
Putain, ça me casse les couilles.
si t'as besoin de 3 minutes, tu me dis.
Ben, le problème, c'est que là, j'ai aucune idée. T'envoies rien du tout
Moi
nulle
j'en vois
part.
rien là, il y a tout qui ferme.
Putain, ça me casse les couilles.
Je te coupe, c'est pas rec. Non, c'est dans N-1.
Non, non, c'est.
dans
Mais
N-1.
j'envoie. Et là, tu m'envoies la musique dans le rec, c'est ça?
Partout, hein, là, t'es là, ça avoir un peu de musique. Voilà, on la reçoit la musique là. Rec, je coupe,
Mais
il n'y a
je-
plus rien. Là-bas, il n'y a plus rien. Ça, c'est bon, ça marche. Si je coupe, il n'y a plus rien. Hop, là, je ramène. Voilà, comme ça, si tu reçois bien le rec.
Mais là, je.
Et là, le N-1, dans ça, c'est quoi que t'as besoin? N-1, je le coupe, il ne reçoit plus rien.
Ouais.
Je le réactive, il n'y a rien. C'est bon.
Ouais, mais.
Voilà, en tout cas, ce qui aussi sur tes périphes, c'est juste.
Micro.
Ta sélection.
Parle.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Putain, il faut lui dire qu'il y a un souci là. Je sais pas quoi faire là. Je vais mettre le son du Black Magic en attendant. Putain.
Tranquille.
Bah non, je sais pas quoi faire. Là.
Méthodiquement.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Ouais, mais ça, elle a dit thank you.
Non, mais oui, mais.
Alors, en tout cas, ça marche. Alors, elle le reçoit. Je lui ai dit oui, en t'entendant, elle m'a dit thank you. La dame, elle nous a reçu.
Non, mais j'ai un souci moi. J'entends toujours cet ordi.
Ah, par contre, les boîtiers, ils aussi.
Quoi?
Voilà. Ah oui, maintenant, de celui-là. Ah, c'est bon, là, il reste quoi?
1, 2, 2.
C'est lui, là, ouais.
J'entends lui en fait.
Microphone, ouais.
Mais oui, mais.
Black Magic, c'est pas ça? Là, t'es toujours sur le micro.
J'ai un DI qui veut pas. T'as pas une autre DI?
Quoi?
T'as pas une autre DI?
Si, mais moi, c'est le son
Une
que tu
DI.
m'envoies.
Une autre DI.
Ouais, mais c'est le son que tu m'envoies, la DI. Mais là, t'es pas sur le bon, montré. Là, t'es sur ton microphone de l'ordi.
Ouais, mais.
Il faut que tu mettes ton truc d'acquisition, là. Non? Tu vas mettre le Black Magic, là.
Just wanna love you, girl. I don't mean you no harm.
I'm probably looking at document.
You guys are almost matching.
Good morning. Distinguished members and representatives of the Advisory Board, dedicated observers, national liaisons, partners from across the loss and damage landscape, Secretariat staff, and co-host representatives, welcome to Geneva and welcome online. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 6th meeting of the Advisory Board of the Santiago Network. I now declare the 6th meeting of the Advisory Board open. Some housekeeping information for all of you. For those in person, emergency exits are located outside this room. Restrooms are on the same level. Emergency numbers: police 112, ambulance 144, and fire 118. In case of an emergency, kindly contact the Secretariat. As per the rules of procedure, at least 10 Advisory Board members must be present to constitute a quorum. Members participating virtually count towards this requirement, and I am pleased to confirm that the quorum has been met and we can proceed. Before I hand it over to Angela for the next agenda item, which is the election of the new co-chairs, I just wanted to say that it has been a true honor to serve as the co-chair of this advisory board for the last year. It has been a privilege to work with the brilliant team of people who form the Secretariat, and that includes the co-hosts, colleagues from the interim secretariat, and the permanent staff that we have had the pleasure to see grow during these last months. You are all wonderful people, you are all talented and absolutely committed to the mission of the Santiago Network. I also want to thank my dear co-chair, Angela. Thanks to you, this work has been as smooth and as enjoyable as one can wish for. Thank you for your trust and for your endless energy in this endeavor. And finally, I really want to say thanks to the Advisory Board. Working with you has been truly rewarding. We have all different points of views and we have different opinions, but I think everyone in this room has the absolute best interest of this network at their heart. So together we show that collaboration, trust, and respect are key for advancing our work in this. This is what I will take away from this year. So thank you so much, and I want to hand it over to Angela for the next item.
Thank you so much and good morning, everybody. Before to go to the next agenda item, I also want to express my appreciation to all of you. You know that my English is not best, but just to say from my heart that I appreciate your support during this all year, the Secretariat, the host, the interim Secretariat, and all of you. It was a real pleasure to me to work with all of you. I appreciate your trust, your confidence, and your valuable support during the whole work that we did. I also want to express my appreciation to Stella. It was a really, really good work between us. And also, I have to confess that I was quite afraid when I started this journey with her. The first advisory meeting with her online. It was very challenging for me, but I have to say that it was a real pleasure, and I do believe that the new co-chairs will do the same. They will have all our confidence, and I'm sure that the Santiago Network will continue doing their best for all of us. So thank you so much. And with that, I would like to move to the next agenda item. Thank you so much. To the next agenda item, election of the co-chairs of the advisory board. As you know, paragraph 14 of the rules of procedures states that the advisory board shall elect annually 2 co-chairs among its members to serve for a term of 1 year. Please allow me to extend once again my gratitude to my fellow co-chair, and on behalf of myself, we have been served as co-chairs for the past year. It has been our pleasure to work with you to make significant progress in operationalizing the Santiago Network. Now, I would like to invite members of the advisory board to elect 2 co-chairs from among its members who will serve for the coming period of the year. Camila, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Angela. And I'll start by thanking the both of you for this year of leadership. It has been our true pleasure to work with you and to make significant advance on the Santiago Network, moving from a design and policy phase to actually delivering on the ground. So thank you so much for having worked with us. And we know that we will have a new set of co-chairs that will also do a great work and follow in your footsteps. But you really paved the way for that trust building, so thank you. With that, I am honored to nominate Edie Niang from Senegal and Leona Holash from Germany to serve as the new co-chairs for the 2026 years. And I know that they both have ample experience in the world of loss and damage and within this board, and we will feel very honored for them to take on this challenge and lead the discussions for the coming year. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Camila, for that nomination. I don't see any other flags. So with all the support of the advisory board members, we have elected new co-chair, and I would like to invite my fellow co-chair to gavel together this election. So just to our last gavel. Let's do it together. We have new co-chairs. I congratulate Leona Holsash, sorry, I don't know if it's, and Edie Niang for having been elected as co-chairs of the Santiago Network Advisory Board, and now it's my pleasure to turn the meeting over to the new co-chairs. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thanks for everything.
I'm good, thank you.
Very high.
Okay.
Here we go. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much. On behalf of my fellow co-chair and myself, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the advisory board for the trust placed in us to serve as co-chairs. We invite all advisory board members to approach us anytime if you wish to discuss anything. We also want to chime in giving a huge thanks to Angela and Stella for their dedicated efforts over the past year, as well as for the huge support they have provided to Edie and myself as we begin our roles. Without you, the two of you, the progress within the advisory board would not have been the same, and Edie and I have big shoes to fill. So let's now turn to the business of the sixth meeting and to agenda item 3, adoption of the agenda and organization of work. This sixth meeting of the Santiago Network Advisory Board is being attended by 14 members and 3 representatives. Before we proceed further with our agenda, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge changes to our membership since the 5th meeting of the Advisory Board and welcome our new representatives. First, please allow me to extend our sincere thanks to our departing members. We want to express our deep gratitude to Mrs. Edith Sosa and Mrs. Gladys Santis for their dedicated service and contributions to the board as members representing the Gulag region. We also want to thank Samuel Chijioke Okorie for his commitment over the past 2 years as the representative of the children and youth NGOs. Now I would like to warmly welcome our new members who are joining us at this meeting. I invite Maria Fernanda Sosa and Karina Patricia Salinas, who are commencing their terms as the new members for the Gulag region, to take the floor and introduce themselves.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm very honored to be a part of this board. I'm Maria Fernanda. I'm from Uruguay. I'm in charge of the climate policy in my country at a national level, and it will be my honor to be a part of these discussions. I've been following your work. I admire your work. I really believe that what we are doing here, what you have been doing here, has real impacts in the countries and in the communities. So thank you so much.
And we have Karina online. Please take the floor. You are still muted, Karina.
So, thank you so much for giving me the floor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Karina Salinas. I'm from Ecuador. And thank you for this process and this meeting for organization and everything. And congratulations to the new co-chairs. Welcome to this hard job. Okay. Now I'm from Ecuador. Here is 3 a.m. So sorry if it's a little dark in here. So thank you very much and a good job today.
Thank you very much, and welcome to both of you. Welcome to the advisory board. We also have Ayush Dwivedi joining the advisory board as our new representative of the children and youth NGOs, replacing Samuel. Ayush, we warmly welcome you and invite you to briefly introduce yourself.
Thank you, co-chair, and congratulations for this. Hello, everyone. Good morning. This is Ayush Dwivedi from India, and as from background, I was contact point for the official constituency of the UNFCCC, Children and Youth Constituency, which is Yango, for the Loss and Damage Working Group. And I'm looking forward to working with all the fellow advisory board members. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ayush. We look forward to working closely with all of our new colleagues as we transition into this crucial year of scale delivery for the Santiago Network. In accordance with paragraph 57 of the Rules of Procedure, advisory board meetings will be open to observer parties and organizations admitted to the UNFCCC process, unless otherwise decided by the advisory board. There were 183 registrations from observers, with 52 registered for in-person participation. Of the registration received, 30 are from parties and 153 from non-state observers. We welcome observers participating in person and online and are grateful that we continue to receive very strong interest in the work of the Santiago Network, including outcomes of the advisory board meetings. As with previous meetings of the advisory board, this meeting is being conducted in a hybrid format, and members, representatives, and observers will therefore be able to participate actively, whether in person or online. For observers in the room, we kindly ask that when an agenda item is open for observers to share their views, that you raise your flag and await a signal from the co-chairs before taking the floor. For observers online, we kindly ask that you use the hand raise function and speak when called upon to do so. For those joining virtually, we kindly ask that you keep your microphones muted and videos off unless you have the floor to speak. The use of your video is optional and may be used if your bandwidth allows. Documents for the meeting are posted on the meeting page. Please visit santiago-network.org. Then you go to the events and the events tab and select the 6th advisory board meeting page. We are pleased to advise that this meeting is also being live streamed and will be available on demand via the Santiago Network website. I now invite board members to consider the provisional agenda as presented in document SNAP/2026/06/01, available on the Santiago Network meeting website and shared with you by mail. To start, I would like to propose a modification to the agenda to include the performance process of the Santiago Network Secretariat Director as an additional item. As the advisory board will recall, on 6 March 2026, we formally adopted an intersessional decision, SNAP 2026 ISD 09, outlining the ad hoc process for the 2025 performance review of the director of the Santiago Network Secretariat. We decided to consider the establishment of a standing performance review and assessment process for subsequent performance cycles of the director of the Santiago Network Secretariat at our 6th meeting. I now invite the floor for feedback on the agenda with this addition. As just mentioned, for this and other items, members are asked to raise their flags for those in person and to raise their hands for those joining online to take the floor. If no further amendments, the agenda is adopted. The schedule of work is contained in document SNAP 2026-0601, Addendum 2, and is available on the meeting webpage. Based upon our discussion to include the performance process of the Santiago Network Secretariat Director as an additional item, we would like to suggest that this is included on day 3. Members are asked to agree on this proposed schedule, and if amendments are being proposed, we kindly ask you to do so now. The floor is open. Since no objections are coming from the floor, this will be the schedule of work that we're working with for now. Of course, it will be updated in the course of our meeting if needed. As you can see from the agenda and the schedule of work, there are a number of documents up for adoption at this meeting. We are therefore asking that you make your interventions pointed and succinct to allow us to conclude on all agenda items by Thursday. We would also appreciate your active engagement in finalizing these critical agenda items and count on the continuation of the efficient and effective way of working we have seen in previous meetings and intersessionally. I would like to highlight in particular that the positive spirit of collaboration has allowed the Santiago Network to become operational with remarkable speed. At the end of each day, we will revisit the schedule of work for the next day. This will allow us to adjust as required and to ensure that sufficient time is allocated for agenda items not concluded in the previous days. The new schedule of work will be posted on the meeting webpage, accessible by visiting the Santiago Network website under the Events tab and selecting the 6th meeting of the Advisory Board. The co-chairs, with the support of the Santiago Network Secretariat, will capture the main points and decisions of each of the agenda items. We will summarize them once each agenda item concludes and reflect the agreed outcomes in the meeting report that will be adopted under agenda item 13. We will provide these decision points to the advisory board at the end of each day for comments by 10 a.m. the next day. We encourage the advisory board to make use of the breaks and lunch to discuss agenda items where there's no consensus. The co-chairs will also use these breaks to have one-on-one discussions with you where necessary. If the advisory board wishes to raise any other organizational matters for this meeting, I invite you to do so now. The floor is open. I see no flags raised, so I can hand over to my fellow co-chair, Edie.
Oh, good morning, colleagues, and thank you. I thank you all. Thank you for electing me as a co-chair. I think I will deserve and fulfill all your expectations when electing me as a co-chairs here. So, thank you, colleagues. So now I will turn the agenda item 4, report to the advisory board. Report of the activity of the Santiago Network Secretariat. I would like to start with submit item 4A, report of the activities of the Santiago Network Secretariat. I would like to invite Carolina, Director of the Secretariat, to provide a progress update on its activities covering the period between the 5th and the 6th meetings of the advisory board as contained in the document SNAP 2026-0602. Noting substantive update will be provided under the respective agenda items. Carolina to provide a brief update of the Secretariat activities. Thank you for your presentation. Carolina.
Many thanks, Co-Chair, and please allow me to congratulate you both on your election. It will be a pleasure to work with you, and please count on the support of the Secretariat. And also I take the chance to thank Angela and Estela for the year that they service the board as co-chairs. It was a privilege and also a pleasure for us at the Secretariat to work with you both and to support you also in the delivery of your functions. Many thanks everyone, and good morning advisory board members and representatives. Good morning also to esteemed observers joining the session today. It is my pleasure to present the report on the activities of the Secretariat. As you know, this document was published on the 9th of March. Also documenting the work that the Secretariat has performed during the reporting period that covers between the 5th and the 6th meeting of the advisory board. This period is very significant for us, and we have this timeline here because this period marks a significant moment in the life of the Santiago Network. It brings the work program that was agreed by the advisory board from 2024 to 2025 to conclusion, and it opens the program of 2026-2027. So we're precisely at that transition point, closing one of the work programs and opening a new one, and that takes us to a new phase in the life of the Santiago Network. We see this as a phase where we're pivoting from the setup phase to a phase of a scaled delivery. That scaled delivery also needs to be reflected across the different areas of our work. I'm very happy also to inform that during this reporting period, there is important progress to date and important milestones have been reached. In terms of staffing, the completion of the recruitment processes for permanent Secretariat positions has enabled us to welcome new personnel. Many of them have commenced their roles, and you heard from them yesterday during the informal. Some of them will be joining us in the coming months. And also we have one position in the final stages of recruitment. We're very proud and also very happy to have new personnel coming on board. And we're also very grateful to the interim Secretariat colleagues that have been supporting our work. Many thanks to all of them, because a great part of the achievements during the reporting period lies on the support that they have provided and also the support that we have received from our co-hosts. Another important milestone is technical assistance, and you heard yesterday from Liz Caravine about the progress that has been made. We have experienced during this period also a trajectory of sustained increase when it comes to technical assistance requests. As you saw yesterday, that's very recent. By the end of last year, we experienced the growth of the pipeline, and the pipeline continues growing also as we move ahead. We have 7 active technical assistance requests at various stages, 1 under implementation, 3 at the call for proposals stage, and also we have 3 under evaluation. Also, our membership is expanding. As you know, we have crossed the 100 mark threshold. That's also a first for the Santiago network, and we are now at a number of 108 members. We are very pleased also that some of them are joining us today and also are following the conversations online. In terms of funding, also we received the additional pledge of 1 million francs from Switzerland, and that positions the Santiago network with an overall funding of 46.6 million, and we appreciate also those contributions that will enable technical assistance being provided. In terms of outreach also, we have had enhanced engagement with the WIM Executive Committee, and I'll be pleased also to report more on the specifics of that engagement, and with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. We also appreciate the close collaboration. Now, let us move to the 3 pillars that have been identified to organize our work. As you can see in the report of the Secretariat and in the implementation plan for 2026 that was shared as an annex to the report, we're organizing work across 3 pillars. The first pillar is operations, the second is positioning, and the third one, institutional strengthening. When it comes to operations, we have an active pipeline now shaping up, but also we are starting to develop a portfolio. You have heard the details from Liz also on the engagements that we have had and on the interaction that the Secretariat is having with proponents to make sure that they receive the support that they require to further develop their requests. We're also making sure to pay attention to all stages of the technical assistance workflow, so we can prepare not only for processing the increasing pipeline of requests, but also for them to move through the workflow in an expedited manner. We also are paying close attention to implementation and to making sure that we capture the lessons from this early stage of delivery. Our regional presence as well has been enhanced. As you know, we have also some regional positions already recruited, and some of them will be coming also in the near future to the Secretariat, and this is giving us the localized capacity necessary to provide the sustained engagement that countries require. We're also making efforts, and that was also explained yesterday, to expand our community engagement, having noted significant interest from sub-regional entities and having received the first technical assistance request from an NGO recently as well. Yesterday we launched, and you heard that also from Liz, the simplified window for that is specifically designed for community-led requests. So this is part of the progress that we have under the pillar of operations. Next. Now on positioning, and this is also an important area of our work. It represents our second pillar. Here, our core purpose is to enhance the profile of the Santiago network as a key element and as a key pillar of the loss and damage architecture. We have been engaging very closely with the FRLD Secretariat and with the WIM Executive Committee in response to the decisions that have been taken by the respective boards and by the respective governing bodies. We have engaged in different events organized both by the FRLD and by the WIM EXCOM, and also we have been having close interactions with the respective secretariats, including in the development of documentation for this meeting. Relevant documentation has also been consulted with the FRLD Secretariat, and we have also benefited in relevant documentation from inputs from the EXCOM Secretariat. We're also expanding our engagement with other actors in the loss and damage and climate finance landscape to make sure that the Santiago network can be seen as a connector between the needs in developing countries and the support and action that can be promoted also in collaboration with other mechanisms. So this is on positioning, and also it's been a period of very sustained engagement, including also the engagement at COP30 with different events. The Santiago network also presented in the regional groups briefings to make sure that we could disseminate information about the technical assistance offer and also the progress that's been made. Next. Now, also part of our institutional strengthening is the recruitment, and also where we are here as where we are now as Secretariat. Yesterday, we were asked to provide also a visibility to the positions at the Secretariat level. What I would like to communicate here is that the recruitment of positions is an ongoing process. As mentioned, some of those positions have already joined us, and we're marking here in this timeline where these positions are coming on board. As you can see, this year, January and February were months where some of the positions came in. We have 4 new positions already in place in the Secretariat. We're having other positions joining us in April, and also other positions will be joining us later on. This is to communicate also that the Secretariat is in the process of getting fully staffed, but the positions, some of them are yet to arrive. So this means also that the capacities that we have now are getting stronger, but we are in a phase of transition, and also we are organizing work accordingly. I appreciate also the work of the Secretariat colleagues during this period, because all of them have had to stretch out from the terms of reference to cover the different functions that are required to support technical assistance, institutional strengthening, including board support, and of course, as well, the positioning of the Santiago network. So a big appreciation for that, and also for helping us during this period. Also an appreciation to the co-hosts for being receptive to the evolution as well in our relationship as the transition takes place. Next. Here the organogram. Also yesterday there were requests about understanding better what the different positions do. We have here the organogram. Also you will see a dot at the corner of each of the positions to indicate those in place, those where the candidate has been identified or the offer has been accepted, and also those still outstanding. That's the status now. In terms of the functions, we have a technical team, and here you will see that in the orange square. The technical team, also the position of the senior program manager, that has a dual role, because that position oversees the technical team, but also supports the director. So that is a dual role in there. When it comes to the positions under within the red square, some of the key functions are listed at the right hand side of the slide. Setting up processes and systems, catalyzing technical assistance, management of OB&Es, program implementation, stakeholder engagement, knowledge management, and corporate functions and team building. These are the main functions that are part of the TORs of these positions. Now, if we move to the left-hand side, we have 2 positions which are providing back office support in terms of HR, finance, procurement, in communication with relevant units within UNOPS. Also, these positions support technical assistance evaluation, grant management, and due diligence. I have to say that these are very heavy processes, and also we're experiencing a pressure point when it comes to resource capacity in these back office functions on the technical assistance side. Advisory board meetings organization are also supported by these positions in here. We have the communication role that supports communication, outreach, and visibility. Now, moving to the top of the organogram, we have the director and the senior program manager positions. Some of the functions, including in the TOR that was endorsed by the board, relate to strategic leadership, providing support to the advisory board, ensuring effective day-to-day operations, leading on technical assistance and membership, partner and stakeholder engagement, and people leadership. This encapsulates the scope of the functions that we perform, and I hope that this provides you visibility and transparency on the functions of the Secretariat. In the next slide, I'm flagging some of the resourcing gaps that we see in the current structure, also this in response to advisory board request. One of the big gaps that I have also brought to the attention to the board in advance is on the side of governance. We don't have governance fully dedicated positions within the Secretariat, and there is increased demand of work in relation to advisory board, engagement with the UNFCCC process, and also the activities and engagement with the EXCOM and the FRLD. This is one of the areas where all of us are contributing, but we identify that there is a gap and there is a pressure point here. Another one that I just mentioned is the operational support for technical assistance. Here, this includes grant management, due diligence, etc. There is a small team, and also we see an increase on the technical assistance pipeline that will require adequate resourcing. And as mentioned yesterday during the results framework presentation, also MIL expertise will be necessary to implement the results framework and the MIL once adopted. This is anticipated from 2027 onwards, so just flagging at the moment as some of the gaps that I identify in terms of Secretariat capacity. Next. Now, let us continue also with the progress that has been made by the Santiago Network during this reporting period. Now, also for us, it's a refreshing moment where the identity and the brand of the Santiago Network has been revised in implementation of the communications strategy. Also, in terms of digital growth, we see that the traffic increase has increased, and we have the numbers here. Also, that reflects on our LinkedIn presence, and this is supportive. The communication function is supportive of the goal of being globally recognized as a network that provides timely, country-led, and tailored support to developing countries in the front lines of loss and damage. And many thanks also for the support that is being provided in communication. We have a new position as well supporting this function. Next. I would like to close with this slide on the implementation plan. The implementation plan, as you know, is an annex to the Secretariat report. And the implementation plan has been designed in a way also to help us identify how to organize work. We have organized this in three main pillars, and our target for 2026 is to scale up delivery. We are calling 2026 the year of scale delivery, and that is something that we want to repeat everywhere, and is something that we want also to resonate wherever the Santiago Network is, so we're identified also as a mechanism that is scaling up delivery. We have identified also here the different objectives under each of the pillars. Under pillar 1, our objective is to scale up technical assistance and to expand membership. Under pillar 2, enhance ecosystem coordination and facilitate knowledge. And pillar 3 is dedicated to supporting governance and consolidating capacity and resources. For us, it's important also the assumptions and the risks that were identified in the implementation plan, and those have been also made of the knowledge of the advisory board. We're also taking active measures to make sure that we can mitigate some of the risks that we identify, and that we can be as responsive as we can to duly implement the work program for 2026 and 2027, and the implementation plan for 2026. Many thanks to everyone, and many thanks, co-chairs. Back to you.
Thank you, Carolina, for your presentation. So I now invite the advisory board to take note of the document SNAP 260602, titled Report of the Activities of the Santiago Network Secretariat. Hearing none. So it's just need to, if you want to give inputs or if you want to comment the reports, you can. So it's what is. Okay, I see Rashid and followed by Carolina.
First of all, I want to thank the Secretariat about the progress made so far, especially in terms of the expansion of membership, growing pipeline of technical assistance requests, as well as the communication. The report is quite comprehensive, highlight 3 pillars of 2026 implementation plan, key structural challenges. However, I hope in the future that the next reports will provide more quantitative indicators. I have 3 questions, if you don't mind. In terms of country ownership and alignments, I am wondering how the Secretariat is ensuring that all intervention remain fully country-driven and aligned with the national priorities. Also, in terms of the collaboration with loss and damage architecture, especially with WIMXCOM. In addition to the joint reports, I am looking for more information, details, if there are other plans and strategies in terms to formalize the coordination mechanism. And finally, regarding the resource mobilization, what is the roadmap of the Secretariat to engage new donors in terms of private sectors, philanthropy, and so on? Thank you.
Okay, Carolina? Camila, I mean.
Thank you. Thank you, Edie. And I will echo some of Rashid's words in thanking the Secretariat for this comprehensive presentation. We can see that there's been a lot of work intersessionally, and we're happy to see a lot of that progress and many milestones as we move towards a more permanent Secretariat and towards an implementation phase. I liked the report in that it provides analysis of risks and management strategies, but I think it also points at us a lot of what remains, the path that remains to be walked. I will, as Rashid, really enjoy to have a little bit more quantitative data. I think that will be easier once we have our results framework and our meal framework. So that will probably come naturally. But I as well hope to see. I think Rashid mentioned the one on resource mobilization, but generally once there was a risk analysis and there's like a response engagement, a lot of times there's very little detail as to how that might be done. So I also had a lot of questions, but I'll try to go sort of in that idea of priority and agree with broadly that priority, and first on deliver on technical assistance. That should be priority number 1, and happy to see that we're building a pipeline of TA requests, and we're up to 20 now. It would be really interesting for us at Advisory Board, but for people following up and even countries to understand what are the status of these requests and what is the process of follow-up. And on that, the report speaks to various engagement to increase this pipeline and speaks of participation in regional workshops, but very little on what happens after. What follow-up do we give once we've been there, we've engaged? What happens after? And that is important to see, because we need to understand what are the challenges for countries in presenting TA requests. And in that, I speak specifically to the mandate to support SIDS and LDCs in developing technical assistance requests, and that remains to be operationalized. And I know that a lot of SIDS and LDCs have struggled to submit these requests or require a little bit more help in submitting these requests. So it would be really interesting when you spoke of that data on the 20 TA requests, on the number of back and forth with some of these countries, to disaggregate that. Are we speaking mostly of SIDS and LDCs, which would be a hunch that I would have on that? And then how are we responding to those needs in preparing TA requests? I think, right, we're focusing on strengthening delivery capacity and the new secretariat, and very happy to see a lot of these positions. I would appreciate if we always use the same wordings. I think we speak of membership specialist or OB&E engagement or program officer member engagement in 3 different documents. So maybe just choose one name. I think Corey would really appreciate it. Sort of this is my title, but then it helps us sort of see where everyone is. And I appreciated seeing a resource gap analysis, and there was some of this in the document, especially in speaking about governance. But it would be interesting to have sort of clarity of these positions, these new people that are coming in, what are they working on, and not just resource gap, but capacity and needs, and how are we leveraging the work that we have within the secretariat, the support that we can receive from the co-hosts, and having an active network of membership, which is our distinctive function. So which would be really good to analyze, right? These are the gaps we've identified. Maybe some of this can be done through some of the work that that the co-hosts already do, or that some of the members are doing, and it can help us go towards that idea of lean and efficient secretariat, and which, once more, right, we speak of an independent secretariat, and that's your capacity, and you are accountable to us as the board in terms of programmatic issues, but that does not mean that you are alone, right? The only way the secretariat can be lean and efficient is if it's leveraging both its network of members and its and the support that can be given from its co-hosts. So a roadmap on sort of where are those necessities and how are we approaching those spaces for need could be interesting. And it could be interesting as well to think sort of on governance, what work can be done. There's a lot of work that OB&Es that are members of this network do on governance. And that might be of support, and there's nothing in your rules of procedure or in your decisions that say that cannot be done with the support of membership. And not saying that we won't necessarily need someone in that position, but it would be interesting to do that review. And on that, focus a little bit as well on positioning, on priority 2, positioning within the loss and damage ecosystem, and in that I'd also highlight there's a priority of engaging the network. So not just in how does it support us to do the work we're doing, but how do we leverage it as well. We've talked about TA delivery, but our other big product is knowledge creation, and how do we leverage that platform for exchange of knowledge, good practices, and lessons learned. And in that, there'll be a little bit of that in the reporting from the task force on outreach, which had a specific request for this period, but which has a broader mandate on working on engaging the network, and so that's something that could be strengthening in how we're viewing. And of course, the role that the loss and damage report will play in strengthening that within the network. But it's something that I feel we would gain by visualizing more, by engaging more with the OB&Es, and we would really position ourselves within the loss and damage ecosystems if we truly make this a living network of engaged members that exchange on good practices and lessons learned, and filling the knowledge gaps on loss and damage. And that, I feel, still needs to be strengthened, or we still need to figure out how we're doing that. So hopefully we can work towards that in this, and thank you for this report.
So thank you, Camilla. So I think we will have an agenda item on catalyzing technical assistance. I think we can have more comment on that. So Alpha, you decline? Stella, then you. Okay, so Stella.
Thank you so much, Edie, and congratulations to you and Niona for being elected as co-chairs, and I'm very much looking forward to working with you. And thank you so much, Carolina, for the presentation, and thank you so much for the report. I really want to appreciate and congratulate the Secretariat for all the work that has been done. And also thank Liz for the presentation yesterday. It was really appreciated. We had our informal meeting yesterday and we heard a lot of information about the work that has gone into servicing the proponents and going back and forth to make sure that all the proposals are really perfect when they are going to the stage of being put on the website, and that the technical assistance is targeted and tailored, but also the same with members. I think there's a lot of interactions that we have heard about yesterday. So I really want to underline this and underline that this has all happened, this kind of scaling up that we will be seeing more and more of, especially this year. This has all happened while the Secretariat was transitioning and when you had a very small team, of course assisted by the interim colleagues and the co-hosts, but where you were still building that capacity. So thank you very much for all this work. And I know we have the other agenda items still on the operationalization, and we can kind of build on from the discussion we had yesterday. So I'm not going to make all the comments now, but just a few points. I'm really happy to see the community window that you have launched this week, and thanks for highlighting that. I think it will be really, it's a key part of our approach on determining the minimum percentage of technical assistance that goes to particularly vulnerable communities, and I think it will be really useful for us to think how we can raise awareness around this and how we can really bring this to the knowledge of those communities. And I'm really glad that we as this advisory board have a special setup. We have also representatives here, and I really count on their ideas and their support on how to make this knowable and encourage communities to use that possibility, because it is quite unique. Another point I think on the Citizen LDC mandate that Camila has already raised, it is a crucial mandate that we have a Santiago network to operationalize that dates quite some time ago. So it's really good to see now we have an adoption plan for the guidelines at SNAP 7. It will be really good to understand what is the process from here to SNAP 7 and how we can practically deliver on this mandate. And I think that some of the agenda items that we have at this SNAP 6, and I'm thinking specifically around the topics of collaboration with FRLD and what we have ahead of us there, I think there is also a possibility to think of additional points or additional ideas of how we can make sure that we support citizen LDCs that have the least capacity with making the proposals and accessing also support and finance. And as I said, I'll bring some other points also during the next conversation, but maybe last point on the resource kind of planning. Thanks so much for already kind of laying out your assessment at this moment of potential gaps. I think I really appreciate that there is this anticipation, but I think it would also be very useful for us to see at the next meeting, once all of the new staff from the Secretariat that is not in place yet, some of them have just started, some of them will be starting in the very near future. How does that then translate to the assessment that you have made today? Because obviously, I think it will also play on potential gaps, and also it will be important for us, as I think Camila has said, to understand this kind of roadmap towards the future, and what are the roles for the team members that will be in place once the team is really full and operational, and also how you can draw on the support from the wider membership, but also from the co-hosts in this regard. So I think it will be useful to just hear an update on that at the next meeting to really understand where we stand. But with that, I will stop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stella. Alpha.
Thank you. Good morning, and congratulations for your nomination. And I'd like also to thank the outgoing chairs for the effort and the progress made last year. And good morning, everyone. I'd like first to indicate that the report shows significant operational progress at institutional level, and is showing institutional consolidation, and particularly with the establishment of the permanent secretariat, expansion to 108 entities, all these points contribute directly to the network core mandate of catalyzing, coordinating technical assistance for vulnerable communities. I also noticed that despite the progress made, we could further enhance the report down the road, and by ensuring that the report shifts from process reporting to outcome evidence. While the operational achievements are commendable, the report remains focused on internal processes and administrative milestones, and has provided little evidence on how development are transiting into tangible results for vulnerable communities. So moving forward, I think it will be important to demonstrate clear links between institutional growth and measurable resilience outcome, particularly for vulnerable communities, particularly for Africa, of course. And I think also it's important to indicate that the network mandate includes supporting LDCs and seeds. I will not emphasize enough what Camila and Stella indicated. And the support for LDCs is the support for the preparation of technical assistance. So, and from our perspective, there's a high expectation that the Secretariat truly help countries to do that. And I think the success from our perspective will be measured by the number of LDCs and SID accessing to technical assistance. And that's very important. It is about the preparation of technical assistance. So if technical assistance are not growing here, it means the problem lies by the LDCs, by the SIDS country, but also at with the Secretariat. So it is a vested interest, a joint effort, and that is a decision that was, balanced and crafted in the way that the Santiago network changed the game. And I think also it is very important to address geographic imbalance in membership and expertise. The report highlights overall membership growth, but does not sufficiently examine geographic distribution or regional expertise gaps. The relative low portion of members with a strong Africa focus represent a strategic risk from our point of view, and given the scale of climate vulnerability and institutional challenge in Africa, a targeted outreach and capacity strategy may be needed to ensure that the network memberships reflect the global vulnerabilities and African vulnerability patterns. We also think it is important to strengthen the capacity of national liaison. The national liaison play a pivotal role in coordinating technical assistance requests and ensuring alignment with national priorities. However, the report does not outline concrete strategy to strengthen their operational capacity despite well-known human resource constraints in LDCs and in Africa, and SIDS in Africa. So a structured capacity building framework will enhance the effectiveness of national coordination and improve the quality of uptake technical assistance. So what I'm trying to say here, and this is also a call to the board members, to explore the ways beyond technical assistance, how we strengthen national liaison. So there should be a framework or at least a structured approach to building the capacity of national liaison to originate technical assistance, but to play a critical role they're supposed to be doing in terms of institutional arrangement at national level. We also think we need to accelerate the meal capacity to support early stage learning, given the network is still at its early phase. Strengthening the monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning functions is particularly important. and we had a long discussion on that, and I think the resort framework is as strong as the mail is, spelled out and speaking to the indicators that are in the resort management framework. So I will stop there. Thank you for reporting.
Okay, thank you, Alpha, for your comments. Now I give the floor to Akio.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to congratulate Edie and Leona for the newly appointment to the co-chair. And also, I'd like to thank very much the outgoing co-chairs, Stella and Angela, for your excellent work for the year. And also thank very much for Secretariat to working very hard for the intersessionally to have make a big progress of Santiago Network's activities. Morning, everyone. First, I think having looked at the presentation, I realized that there are lots of progress on the implementation of the technical assistance, and including as many as 7 technical assistance in the pipeline. Also, you expect that will be much increased in the coming year. So this is very nice for the catalyzing technical assistance under the strategy from 2026 to 2008. Then, on the other hand, as mentioned by many colleagues, it is necessary to enhance the governance, not only the staffing, the quality members, but also there are a lot of things we have to do. That includes to invite more organized members with a good capacity, and from the various fields across the world. This is, and also to develop the institutional framework, including result framework as well as meal framework under the strategy. So to encourage the proponents, technical assistants, and stakeholders to collect the data information once the technical assistant decided. This is very important to check the effectiveness of the technical assistance. So as such, I think first it's important that we enhance the work for discussing, developing, and to finalize the result framework, and also meal under the schedule we decided. Then also we need to make efforts to raise awareness awareness of various types of stakeholders, including private sector, which have good knowledge, technology, and by engaging to becoming the members. Then that who will be have a capacity to support through the technical assistance for various, to address the various types of loss and damage in the world. So then, in the case of institutional matters, which was described in the document, I would like to touch upon the matter of UN reform, UN 80. So I wonder if this UN-wide action will impact Santiago Net activities. This is my question. So yes, this is my comment. But finally, I'd like to thank very much the Switzerland for your additional financial contribution. This is the end of my intervention. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Akio, for your comments. I now have Angela and Valentina, and then Muriel and Tete. Angela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and good morning, everyone. First of all, to express once again my congratulations for your election. I would like to mention that I'm really happy also to be here and to have the opportunity to express my views. As you know, before it was more difficult and in accordance with the rules of procedures. We need to keep neutral when you are co-chairing. So I'm really happy to have this opportunity. Thank you to the Secretariat for the presentation, and from my side, I'm also very pleased with the presentation. I would like to express my appreciation for the progress made to date in the delivery of technical assistance. Your work has been invaluable during this period, particularly under the interim secretariat, whose support I would like to recognize. I also commend the significant increase in the number of Ovianese participating in the network. I also want to join the comments made by others that we are really happy with the new community window. I guess this is the real path that we need to get the information in terms of what is the minimum percentage that we need to discuss in a future stage. Also, and because we are going to have the opportunity to engage in another agenda item on the technical assistance delivery, I guess I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I'm looking ahead, and my expectation is that once all positions, including the desks and the regional coordinators, are fully in place, we will see an increase in requests of technical assistance, although I do recognize that we have an increase on the technical assistance. But perhaps from a region, we don't have requests in place, and as I understand, there are several countries are preparing requests, but not yet formally submitted. And I do believe that when we get the regional coordinators, we will get more technical requests. Also, I would like to express my appreciation to the government of Switzerland for the continued support in providing additional resources for the Santiago network and for hosting us. And finally, just two additional comments in terms of perhaps recommendations for future presentations. I note one of the recommendations that was made by Alpha, it was in terms of outcome-oriented. And I guess when we get in place the monitoring and evaluation and learning framework, we can consider that. And I do believe that it's very important to see the impact, not only in the number of technical requests, but also how this request is delivering a real impact in developing countries. And my additional recommendation is I would like to underline the importance of recognizing the full scope of the Secretariat workload when we had an interim Secretariat. The process goes beyond the submission of requests by countries, requiring continued support in the preparation and refinement of those requests. And I guess the Secretariat was clear yesterday in sharing that information. In addition, each request triggers a call to network members, often resulting in a higher number of proposals that must be carefully reviewed. Let's say if one country apply, and then we have the proposal made by Ovianese, we can get like 30 Ovianese presenting interest in providing the technical assistance. And this represents a significant level of effort, both in supporting countries and in assessing the proposals to deliver the technical assistance. And in this context, I guess continued transparency on workload and capacity will be important. And that's my main call that I would like to bring. I know that we are in the process to hire the full staff of the Secretariat, but I guess that the information is very important for us as an advisory board members to understand, you know, the amount of work that you're receiving every day. And I want to use this opportunity to express my appreciation because I do recognize that you have done a lot for all of us and for all developing countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela, for your words. And then I think we succeed to a very big, a huge work to operationalize the network in 3 years. You cannot imagine how we work very hard to make it operational right now, and think we are going to give technical assistance for these years. And it is very, very, very important. So as co-chairs and the secretary and the direction also and the co-host. So thank you. Valentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, co-chair. Good morning, everyone. I would like to take opportunity and congratulate Lionel and Didi on the appointment and wish them every success in their new role. And of course, to express my sincere appreciation to outgoing co-chairs Angela and Stella for their leadership and excellent work carried out during the period. I would like to thank you, Secretariat, for the comparative report and the significant progress achieved during this period. It is clear that Santiago Network is now moving from the establishment phase into the phase of scaled delivery, which I strongly welcome. I would like to express my appreciation for the professional manner in which these activities carried out. And this was already mentioned, the community window is launched recently and it is very valued. So I would like to underline some brief points. First, related to the technical assistance delivery. I see encouraging process with growing pipeline. At the same time, the report clearly shows that the process remained quite resource intensive and time consuming, both for countries and the Secretariat. I would therefore encourage further efforts to simplify procedure strengthening upstream support for request development and ensure that technical assistance can be delivered in more timely and effective manner. Secondly, I would like to reflect on balance and accessibility. While the demand-driven approach is fundamental, I would like to ensure balanced regional access and stronger visibility of the network across all regions. I'm speaking on behalf of the Eastern Europe, so it will be good to include Eastern Europe as well. In this concert, targeted outreach and engagement may help address potential gaps and ensure that all regions can equally benefit from the network services. Third, related to the implementation plan 2026, I support the ambition of making 2026 the year of scaled delivery. At the same time, it will be important to ensure that scaling is realistic and sustainable, aligned with available capacity and clearly linked to the measurable results and impact. I would underline the importance of strengthening linkages between technical assistance and access to finances, including cooperation with FRLD and other partners. And of course, thanks for the government of Switzerland for this input. In conclusion, I take note of the report and comment to the Secretariat for the important work done. I look forward to continued progress in making the Santiago network effective, accessible, and impactful mechanism for all delivering country and region. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentina. Now I have Tete and Muriel and Maria. Tete, you have the floor. Oh, in my list, I have. Okay, but if you want, we have the host. Muriel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I also, of course, thank the co-chairs that are outgoing, Stella and Angela, and also the incoming chairs. I hope we can really keep this very positive spirit that we have. I think it's very valuable looking at the world right now that we have this space together where we have an enabling environment and where we really work together, and we can also demonstrate that multilateralism is working. And thank you also to the Secretariat and to Carolina for this very good presentation. You give a very good sense of where we stand, and also reminded us that, this all started not so long ago, and now there are so many milestones that have been achieved, and I think really the work that you have been doing is really impressive. Of course, I'm very happy to see more specifically also the scaling up of technical assistance, and it's a pity that maybe some of the observers have not seen also the presentation which was made to us on the whole process that is required to finally get the technical assistance. I mean, how much intense back and forth that you have, all the different steps that are implied, the complexity of it. So I think it's really important to keep that in mind. And as also I think, Stella, you said, you did not only deliver now on the technical assistance or building up this pipeline, but you have been doing and working on so many different tracks. And also we as an advisory board, we are also not always so humble. So we always ask things and you also deliver on it. So just to say that, yeah, the work is quite impressive. And in terms of the plan for 2026, it's good that, of course, we further scale up the technical assistance. But as I think also said by Valentina, we need to ensure that the quality remains there. And I'm also not surprised to see that there is a need maybe for additional staff support, and we need to have this in-depth discussion and seeing, who is doing what and how we can really pool the human resources so that you will be able to deliver on it. But more than willing to have this conversation, we know that as this is all very time intensive, you also need the necessary support. So we can have this in-depth conversation. As also some of the colleagues mentioned, we are happy to see that there is also more efforts in terms of community engagement is something that is very dear to Switzerland, that we really, that the Santiago network is as localized as possible, that you really reach out to the communities, also to the most vulnerable ones in the most complex contexts. And I'm happy to also see, how you will move that forward. On the reporting, again, here as an advisory board, yes, there are many things that we would like to have. I think at this point of time, this report is excellent. That's all that we need. Of course, in the future, we want to see more reporting on impact, have a much more concise, far less descriptive report, and that we also really see what are maybe also the challenges that you're countering. But for the moment, I mean, totally fine. It's good quality. So thank you. And also thank to everyone, especially also the interim staff you have been supporting enormously, and surely also the co-hosts.
Thank you, Noel. So I now have Tete.
Thank you very much. And at the onset, let me add my voice to the congratulations on the election of our new co-chairs, and also thanking our outgoing co-chairs for the excellent work. In this regard, let me just give a few thoughts on the report of the Secretariat. We welcome the progress reported. We've been hearing a lot since yesterday, including the transition to a permanent secretariat and the expansion of regional presence. These are all very exciting developments, and we feel that it's important towards strengthening the delivery of technical assistance and ensuring more effective and context-specific responses. Now, the Secretariat now is fully staffed. The focus should definitely shift to accelerating delivery and strengthening transparency. Having said those, I just want to make a few observations. So I echo Muriel, it's quite difficult to reconcile the various strategic documents, the work program, the implementation plan, to understand how they all fit together and how priorities are being operationalized. So the Secretariat should provide a clearer update on the status of activities under the work program, including completed activities, pending work, results achieved, and lessons learned to inform future work. So, you know, it's quite hard to juggle towards with several documents in front of us. Second point, we welcome the establishment of the permanent secretariat team and the recruitment of the regional staff. As these roles become operationalized, the advisory board should receive regular updates on how the regional teams are supporting the development of requests and the delivery of TA, including any capacity constraints. So these are the newbies, no? So we'd like to see how we can also support the onboarding of the regional staff. We should also continue monitoring this evolving relationship between the Secretariat and the co-host, ensuring that the independent nature of the Secretariat is maintained. Third point, happy that the one-page brief has been launched yesterday. Really cool. On the simplified funding window for community-led requests. However, the process for determining the minimum percentage benefiting communities should have that same sense of urgency. No? Yesterday I asked, how has community stakeholder engagement been activated to support this process? It should also include research involving national liaisons and other stakeholders to ensure that the approach is strategic, inclusive, transparent, grounded in needs, and most importantly, not tokenistic. Yeah? While also listening to the others, I've also noted that it's quite commendable that we have 7 active TA requests and 20 in the growing pipeline. However, reflecting on the update shared yesterday by Liz, the cumulative value of those the TA published versus the cumulative forecasted value, I'm worried. I'm worried that in a period of scale delivery, we're all saying, yay, we need to do more, we need to be better. We will run out of money. That's the bottom line. And then just to flag that we need to address this further in the budget conversation, especially because with such high aspiration, such high ambition, we can't match it with the resources that we currently have and the resources that we are foreseeing in the future. So what do we do to match our aspirations versus our reality of resource mobilization? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Tete. Maya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Well, that was a reality check there. Thank you, Tete. So I don't want to repeat what has already been said. I would like to start by recognizing the strong process in terms of the operational progress and institutional consolidation, as well as the work that is made by the Secretariat and also this thoughtful presentation. Thank you so much, Carolina. So the pipeline is clearly growing, which reflects the relevance of the network, and that us, the new members, are standing in the shoulders of giants, which is humbling and also exciting for the work ahead. So it is noted, as Angela said, that the current process requires a very high level of engagement from the Secretariat and is quite resource intensive in terms of people needed in order to deliver. So in that context, it would be interesting to hear how the Secretariat is thinking about scaling up delivery under this model, including through further streamlining of processes or adjustments in the delivery model based on lessons learned so far. What I'm trying to say is that it would be useful to see the concrete strategy, and also it will be helpful to have more information regarding the workload and the actual capacity of the Secretariat to actually accompany the countries through the process in order to better advise, that is our job, and to have the relevant discussions in the relevant spaces beyond the network and within the perspective of the entire loss and damage ecosystem. I would like to add my voice to welcome in the efforts to strengthen engagement with the communities, including the launch of the community window. I do believe this is a very important step and it will be interesting to see how this translates into the systematic consideration of community level impact throughout the technical assistance cycle. Finally, Ted was, it was quite clear in what she said, but given the geopolitical situation and the growth in demand and the projected scale of technical assistance, it will be helpful to better understand how resource mobilization efforts are evolving in line with this trajectory. I know we are going to discuss this further later, but how financial sustainability is being considered alongside the scaling of delivery in the current geopolitical context. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. I have Ayush.
Thank you, coaches. And first of all, I want to start with all the hard work that Secretariat team has been doing for so long. And finally, we have 7 active TAs. So thank you for all the hard works, even working with limited capacity and still growing. So I want to start with reiterating what other board members have said, that what we need is to focus more on quality over quantity. So that should be our major objective throughout the whole process. And secondly, I want to add my voice with the new community one-pager brief, simplified window. That's a very helpful brief for these communities to get the technical assistance. And third, which is very important, that we have a technical assistance request from the CSO. So so these are the success that we always have to encounter. So regarding so basically so one thing which is very important in technical assistance is the communication strategy. So yes, the demand is growing, but from where? Whether it is so basically, if the demand is coming from Africa, Asia, and it is not coming from Caribbean countries, so what is the communication gap that we have to see from the data, like where it is lagging, what is missing? So we have to focus on this area and have to work very strategically on the communication to these communities and countries. Second, we have a growing demand, but the question is, we are prepared for it. So we have to work upon predictable financing. So we have a pledges. We should work upon converting the pledges into the real fund. So that should be our long-term strategy on working for the predictable financing to ensure that sustainable financing mechanism should be in place for the technical assistance. Again, I want to many of the board members have said that we need a transparency and accountability as well as monitoring for the regional staffing that we have. And the most important thing is regular capacity building and the knowledge transfer, which is very effective so that they can deliver what is expected from their side. So thank you so much, and thank you so much for all the good work you have been doing so far.
Okay, thank you, Aish. So I will propose maybe to try to keep the discussion until 11:15, because we will have the break, a coffee break, and then we'll be back. When we're back, because most of the point of the agenda item 5 has been read already in the discussion, but I will give the floor to the to observer first. Okay, I can give the floor. Aisha, are you on with us? I'm sorry,
Yes.
I don't see your hands. So please, you have the floor. And then after I will give the floor to observers, and then Carolina will give a response to all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I want to congratulate the new co-chairs. And I also want to congratulate the previous co-chairs who have done their work very diligently and very effectively for conducting these meetings and taking all the members and advisory board on board for everything. Thank you very much for your hard work. And looking forward to work with the new co-chairs. We appreciate also the hard work done by the Secretariat as delivery of technical assistance is one of the main mandates of the organization, and the advisory board also has to ensure that it's done in a transparent manner, and needs of the communities and countries is addressed, and the challenges that they are facing because of the climate change are adequately addressed. I think for making our TAs more effective, maybe some of the SOPs can be developed for the regional coordinators. We are looking forward to work with them, and we really appreciate that we have one for the Asia Pacific based in Bangkok. I think a lot of our work and its quality would depend that how effectively national focal points and the national focal points, not just for the UNFCCC and loss and damage, but the ones notified for Santiago network, are actively engaged with the regional coordinators. So we are looking forward to have interaction with our coordinator in Bangkok, and we hope that some SOPs will also be developed for this regular interaction, so that in practical terms, this mandate for providing technical assistance is there to help the countries who are facing the brunt of climate change. With the rising temperatures, I think heat waves and floods and glacier melt are some of the very important challenges that countries are facing. They need their strategies to develop effective mechanisms for making use of loss and damage. And at the same time, they also need technical assistance to have knowledge tools which probably have been developed in certain parts of the world, and maybe knowledge sharing can really help countries to mitigate the impact of climate change. We hope that this good work will continue with more transparency and more interaction with the Secretariat, as well as with the regional coordinators. And obviously, I would also like to highlight the fact that we have delivered very small amounts up till now, and we do have few more applications there, but I think we need to now focus on the quality as well as the delivery. For that, we hope that not just the advisory board will continue the oversight, but a proactive engagement will be there from the Secretariat and the regional coordinators. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Aisha. So now I will invite observers to share their views on this agenda item, but I appeal colleagues to make it very short. So we already have many comments coming from members of the advisory board. Please, you can explain, please try to summarize what you say. So, observers, you have the floor. Online, is there online or not? no flags. Observers? Oh.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm speaking on behalf of the International Union for Conservation of Nature. I'm joined here by my colleague Veronica Ruiz, and my name is Sandeep Sengupta. I lead IUCN's global climate policy work on climate change. IUCN recently joined the Santiago network, not only as an observer, but also as a member. And we just wanted to express our thanks to the Santiago network for the important work that it is doing in the space of loss and damage. IUCN, as many of you may know, we are an intergovernmental organizer that's composed not only of government agencies and states, but also of non-governmental organizations and indigenous peoples organizations around the world. So we are very much looking forward to working closely with the Santiago network, and particularly to supporting vulnerable communities that are dependent on ecosystems that are being also facing the increasing effects of climate change. And so in the area of non-economic losses and damages, we would be very keen to support the work of the Santiago network. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Sandeep. Do I have any other requests? Oh. Okay. I hand over to Carolina. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and thank you, advisory board members and representatives and observers as well. All your feedback is very helpful for us as we make progress and implement also the Santiago Network strategy and our work program and implementation plan for 2026. I would like also to start also by giving an announcement that is important progress as well, and is responding to some of the advisory board previous requests, and announce that all operational guidelines have been translated and published, and they are available in all 6 UN languages. So that's also very positive, and that will help us also have that localized support and localized engagement that is tailored and responsive to specific needs. So that's that will be very helpful in that respect. Now, addressing some of the comments, and I will group them as well, because some of them were also along similar areas and topics. There were some comments in relation, and many thanks for those points in relation to the need of have more quantitative reporting and to have data and numbers and results. One of the key objectives of the results framework and also the meal that is to be developed is precisely to make sure that we identify the results that we are to measure, and also how that measurement will take place. That will help us, the decision of the advisory board on the results framework, start immediately in making sure that we can provide more numbers and more evidence-based results as requested when it comes to our reporting. Also, there were comments in relation to country ownership, and for us this is at the heart of the implementation of the mandate of the Santiago Network. We are demand-driven, and our engagement also with proponents and with countries needs to be aligned to their priorities and responsive to their needs. We are enhancing also our engagement with national liaisons and UNFCCC focal points. We have 44 at the moment, and we are also making sure that we disseminate more broadly the nomination of liaisons that act also, of course, as our primary interface at the country level. Now also on the national liaisons, we're planning also to have information sessions in the coming months, so we can also engage with them more closely. In terms of the outreach that we have undertaken, we have conducted bilateral engagement also with the technical assistance proponents. As noted also during Lee's presentation, these bilateral engagements usually take several rounds to make sure that we can assist proponents adequately in terms of understanding and guiding them in the use of the template, and also in identifying their needs and for those to be aligned with their national priorities. So those sessions have been very, very helpful. Also informative sessions in which we have, in some of them we have translation as well, have been helpful in terms of ensuring accessibility. And we have been having also engagements with national focal points and country representatives. We have identified also that in terms of effective outreach, the participation of the Secretariat in regional engagements and global engagements is usually a very effective way of conducting these bilateral engagements on the sidelines of these events, and also fostering this one-to-one communication in which we are more able to support and assist proponents. In terms of the follow-up, we're following up as a Secretariat directly with the proponents after these initial engagements takes place at events. Most of times, this is the first contact with the potential proponent, and we follow up directly after the engagements take place. This is also something that we are planning to document as part of our tracking and reporting systems, so we can monitor also the number of engagements that we have with a proponent, also by type of proponent and by region, and document also the follow-up after the specific events take place. This is particularly important, particularly to some of our modalities, such as the ride shops that we have conducted, and we plan to conduct the next ride shop in Latin America and in the Caribbean. My apologies. So it will be important also for us to facilitate the development of requests and to follow up on them. As mentioned as well, the timelines for submission of requests vary across proponents. Some of them prioritize receiving support as soon as possible, while others organize their request timeline over a longer period to align with national processes or other sources of support. So we're also making sure that we respond to the needs in terms of the timeline of the respective proponents. Now on the support for seats and LDCs, here also, this is an area where we benefit now from having our seats and LDCs officers in place. And we're also consolidating our experience with the initial pipeline that we have. You saw yesterday also that there is a significant share of requests coming from seats and LDCs. So that is helping us also learn lessons. So both with the experience that we're gaining and with the desk officers now in place, we are also planning to develop guidelines specifically for LDCs and seats as part of our broader review of the Santiago Network Guidelines, which is due by the 7th meeting of the advisory board. So we plan also to use that space to make sure that we tailor support for LDCs and seats. Also, as we advance, and this goes to the capacity requirements and the resourcing needs, and we hear the comments that have been raised in terms of having a better understanding of where that capacity is needed. As we advance in the setting up of the permanent secretariat, a capacity analysis could be conducted to identify existing gaps and how this can be addressed, tapping on the capacities of the network of members and on the capacities of the co-hosts. That is an analysis that will be helpful also once the Secretariat is fully in place, as mentioned by Estela, and thanks for that acknowledgement. Now we're at a moment in which we're transitioning at the same time as we're scaling. So that's a critical period, but once we have our complete capacities, making such an analysis will be helpful to understand where our strengths lie and where our needs are, so we can resource them, also making use of the capacity of our co-hosts and OBNEs. On the launch of the community window, there is a one-pager that has been made available, and many thanks also for acknowledging and welcoming that one-pager is a big news for us. We're planning to disseminate this also through our national liaisons and national focal points to the UNFCCC to make sure that this can be made available more broadly. On a targeted outreach for membership, we have developed also materials for regions and information sessions for specific areas where we need to enhance the membership base. We have promoted also events in the Latin American and Caribbean region, also to make sure that we can disseminate information about the Santiago network and the benefits of becoming a member. Now, also on the engagement with national liaisons, The outreach and engagement strategy also outlines the need of increased engagement with national liaisons, and as mentioned, we're planning also to have more information sessions for national liaisons. Many thanks also for all the comments that have been mentioned in terms of the need of increased engagement with diverse stakeholders. And this is in line also with the plans that we have for implementing the resource mobilization strategy. In 2026, also, we plan to expand the engagement that we have had so far, including with potential contributors. That is in the resource mobilization strategy, and one of those potential contributors are philanthropies. So this is an area also that we're planning to explore over this year, so we can start also those engagements. There was a comment also on the potential impact of UN80 on this one, just to mention that it is an ongoing process currently under consideration of member states, and we will keep the advisory board informed of any relevant developments for the Santiago network. UN80 is intended, as we understand, to make the UN more efficient and effective, and also to sharpen the complementarity and collective contribution of the UN in all fields, including climate action. So we will be also informing and updating the advisory board on any developments. We also appreciate the comments. Thank you, Angela, on the comments about the Secretariat workload. That is something that we are experiencing on a day-to-day basis, and I'm immensely grateful to colleagues that have been supporting that work, including interim and permanent Secretariat, and also our co-hosts supporting the transition. On the community focus, just a short note on the emphasis that we have given to community engagement in the results framework. We're also embedding that as part of our core indicators. So this can be a part also of the information that we provide to you on a regular basis. We also appreciate the comments on the efforts that have been made to enhance diversity when it comes to the membership base, and also recognize that there is a need to balance more the membership from different regions and also from different teams. So we'll be focusing efforts along those lines. That you also noted the diversity of planning documents, and we acknowledge this. We have the Santiago Network strategy, the work program, the implementation plan. We are using the Santiago Network strategy as our compass, and we have tried also to streamline the priorities into 3 main pillars, also to be clear about communication. The first pillar, operations, the second, positioning, and the third, institutional strengthening. But we take due note and we'll try to streamline even more our communication. On resource mobilization, just to note that the focus this year will be for both the Secretariat and Advisory Board members to align on resource mobilization with the scaling trajectory and promoting predictable resource planning through the implementation of the resource mobilization strategy. External-facing communications and highlights on network activities available through the annual newsletter for 2025. We will also continue to build on this to have advisory board reporting, as well as external-facing, transparent and clear communication materials that can help us showcase the value addition of the network, and also help us in engagements with different stakeholders, including potential contributors. Thanks as well, Maria Fernanda, for acknowledging the resource requirements and for inviting recommendations on the delivery model. That is also something that we're planning to do when it comes to the review of the operational guidelines due for consideration at the next meeting of the advisory board, coming up with recommendations on how adjustments to the operational model can enhance our effectiveness and our efficiency in terms of catalyzing technical assistance. Many thanks for those comments. And thanks also for the comments made on the need for quality over quantity. We are also seeing quality in terms of responsiveness to needs. And when it comes also to outreach in regions where we need to increase the pipeline representation, We have had also engagements in the Latin American and Caribbean region with the support of our co-hosts to disseminate also the Santiago Network technical assistance offer and to make sure that we can increase the uptake in these regions. On the comment from Aisha on the SOPs, many thanks for that comment. We have developed standard operating procedures to be used by the Secretariat technical team, so we can provide a consistent support across regions. Also, just to mention that these SOPs will be refined in line with emerging policies, and of course, this will evolve to accommodate the results framework, the MIL one in place, and the Gender and Inclusion Action Plan. Many thanks, and back to you, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Carolina, for all this clarification and answer that you give to comment and question coming from the floor. So thank you for your comments, colleagues. And I now invite the advisory board to take note of the document SNAP 2026-0602, titled Report on the Activities of the Santiago Network Secretariat. So, hearing none, the report is hereby noted. Okay, so for the following of the agenda, I don't know, co-chairs, do you think that you can make the presentation of your report in 15 minutes? And then after we will break and then come back for discussion. You can make it? Okay, so you have the floor. On the report of the activities of the co-chairs of the Santiago Network Advisory Board. Angela, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. So moving to agenda item 4B, we just want to share with you the governance and strategic milestones. We are going to do very briefly because we know that we are quite late in the agenda. So first, let me highlight that the co-chairs oversaw the transition of the Santiago Network from its establishment phase into a period of strategic delivery. And we want to highlight three main areas. First, the strategy adoption. During the 5th meeting of the advisory board, we adopt the first strategy for the period 2026-2028 and a comprehensive strategic framework, communications, outreach, and resource mobilization were adopted. We also have some operational approvals, like the facilitated approval of the 2026-2027 work program and the 2026 annual budget. And we work strongly in institutional strengthening. We established the budget and conflict of interest subcommittee and task force on outreach. And we are going to have the opportunity to see the progress made during the intersessional period by these groups. Next slide. We also hosted some intersessional meetings. We convened an informal meeting and on an exemptional meeting intersessionally. One of them was in January 2026, an informal meeting where we exchange on the terms of reference for regular report on loss and damage mandated by CMA 7 and CP 30. This is something that we need to deliver for the next meeting of the SNAP, but we just started this discussion with the idea to progress in this mandate that we received from the previous COP. We also hosted an exemptional meeting in February 2026, where we revised the rules of procedures. We agreed to be applied immediately, pending formal adoption by the Conference of the Parties or governing bodies or bodies. We also revised the conflict of interest guideline and agreed with immediate effect. And now I would like to give the floor to my fellow co-chair to continue.
Thank you so much, Angela. And just to continue, during that period since the last meeting, we had some intersessional decisions, and we've also spent some time preparing for this meeting of the advisory board, the SNAP 6. So we had some decisions that were, for instance, around the subcommittees and the membership. We had approval of the appointment of Muriel to the budget subcommittee, who was replacing Matthias, the outgoing member of the advisory board. We also have carried out an ad hoc process for the 2025 performance review of the Santiago Network Secretariat Director, and we have been engaging with all of you to gather your feedback for 2025 performance to produce a report that we then submitted to UNOPS. And lastly, we have worked hand in hand with the Secretariat colleagues to prepare this meeting. We had a number of regular calls. We thank you very much for this again, for all your support that you've been providing us and preparing all the documents. And as I think all of the advisory board has seen, the documents are on the website very well on time ahead of the meeting, so that all of us can prepare very well for our discussions. So that of course, is the credit goes to the Secretariat, but we've been engaging, Angela and myself, in regular preparation for this. And the last update that we would like to share with you is about our representation of the advisory board in the different events. And Carolina was presenting already about the outreach that the Santiago Network has been carried out. Which included events at the COP, COP30 in Belém in Brazil, where we have engaged in those three first events that you can see on the slide. We had a joint event at the COP30 with EXCOM and the FRLD, where each of the bodies through the co-chairs have given an update on progress and collaboration. We also participated in the event at COP30 that was hosted by Indigenous Peoples Caucus, and thanks so much, Gideon, again, for organizing and for inviting, where Carolina and myself had the privilege to present technical assistance for frontline communities. We also co-hosted, so the Santiago Network co-hosted this event called Santiago Network in Action with UNDRR, where Angela was on the panel together with representatives from Somalia, Yemen, and Vanuatu, which presented the cases of technical assistance already being delivered or in the process or preparation, and was really well attended. And lastly, there was a membership webinar specifically for Latin America, where Angela took part. That was Latin America and Caribbean, and it was conducted in Spanish for better regional inclusivity. So that concludes a brief update from us for the activities since the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, co-chairs. Do you think that you will have comment and that? Rashid, you are very active this time. Alpha.
Normally Alpha, but this time, I am on the rates.
You are the first every time to raise your hand. So
Alpha, no.
Okay, so just
after the work.
Very quick. I go.
Just I want to take this opportunity to thank our co-chairs, Stella and Angela, who have really effectively fulfilled their mandates. I was very impressed by your professional facilitation during the formal meeting and also during the informal intersessional decision making. So I noticed that notable progress has made under your guidance. So adoption of strategy 2026-2028, 2026-2027 work program, and also 2026 annual budget. In addition to the strengthening governance and also advancing coordination across the loss and damage architecture. I have only one concern that I want to raise regarding the effectiveness of intersessional decision-making process. So how we can further strengthen transparency and inclusiveness in the use of no-objection procedures, as well as the feedback loops between intersessional work and formal meeting. Really, sometimes I feel confused between these informal meeting and also the formal meeting.
Thank you, Rashid. Alpha.
Thank you, Chair. Thank to the outgoing co-chairs, and as indicated by Aisha, the co-chairs have diligently fulfilled their responsibility under the rule of procedure, and including sharing, meeting, etc., etc. I just want to draw the attention on the fact that on the co-chair engagement with regional groups, there was engagement with regional group, but not with Africa group. And the report mentioned, for instance, participation with indigenous people, as described just now, regional webinar in Latin America and Caribbean, but there is no evidence of such an event in Africa. And I think, given the high vulnerability of Africa, this could be something to pick. And I also take the floor to thank for the coordination that the co-chair made, particularly intersessionally, in ensuring that the business went through, particularly for the process of review of the performance of the director of the Santiago network, in which, despite my availability, they accommodate to discuss. So just with this remark to down the road that that my group just brought to my attention that Africa Group was not, contacted, or there was no outreach towards Africa Group. Thanks.
Thank you, Alpha. So,
Thank
Valentina.
You,
and
thank
okay.
you, Angela.
Valentina, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Stella. I would like to thank you for the report and for your leadership during this important period of Santiago Network. I would like to highlight a few points. First, on overall program and leadership. I highly appreciate the effective organization of both formal and intersessional processes, including informal and exceptional meetings, as well as adaptation of case strategic and governance decisions. I also welcome the active engagement with WIM executive committees and Fund for Responding of Loss and Damage, which is essentially for ensuring rationality within the loss and damage architecture. Second, on coordination and future work. As the network continues to grow, it will be important to future strengthen coordination with key bodies, including the WIM and the Fund of Loss and Damages, and ensure greater clarifying of the role within the broader architecture. In conclusion, I take note of the report and thank you, co-chairs, for the effective work and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Valentina, I mean. So do we have any other request to the floor within the... Stella, you want to? So just wait, I will give observers. Do you have any request of the floor? Okay, I give the floor to Stella to reply to.
Yes, first of all, thank you so much for the comments, and thank you, Rashid, Alpha, and Valentina, for your kind words. It's really been a privilege working with the advisory report, and we have done our best, I think, Angela and myself, to deliver on the mandate that was given to the co-chairs. Just a couple of points maybe on the comments. I think the comment from Rashid on the intersessional decision making is well noted. As you know, we have sometimes we need to make progress, and even in between the meetings. So I think that kind of justifies the fact that sometimes we needed to take decisions intersessionally. but also we try to keep the board engaged and informed about the process, and that resulted in us convening the informal meeting where we could already have some first exchanges on the terms of reference for the report. As you know, this is a mandate only for the next SNAP meeting, but Angela and myself came out of the COP30 in Belém immediately with this in mind, and we worked together with the Secretariat very quickly on that point, because we knew it's a key mandate and we need to deliver. So we wanted to engage the process intersessionally, and I think it was really worth it because we already have quite well advanced on this topic. The other exceptional meeting, as you know, was necessary because of our last meeting and the discussions we had at our last meeting. And again, I think it required a lot of work intersessionally because we needed to revise the COI guidelines, we needed to revise rules of procedure. So it also was quite a lot of work from the secretariats, including really the broad secretariat here behind, with a lot of support also from UNFCCC secretariat. And we needed to take those decisions because it was our mandate from our last meeting. And there was a few other intersessional decisions, as was presented in the slides, but I believe that they were necessary to advance our work. But I think the point is taken, and that's also something for the incoming co-chairs to consider as you will be advancing the work, what is urgent and needs to be done intersessionally and what can wait for the next advisory board meeting. And I think it's important to give clarity to the advisory board to know why things are happening the way they're happening. On the comment from Alpha on Africa, we have not reported, but I think that was reported in the last meeting that there was a workshop in Senegal where we didn't participate as the co-chairs because Edie was participating and was also facilitating the organization. So that I think is the reason. I think the presentation that was done here for the slide was just about the recent engagement that Angela and I had, but what was not mentioned, because it was not in our co-chairs activities, was that the Secretariat was very active at the COP, and they have reached out and they have met with different regional groups, and I think that included, Carolina can confirm, that included also Africa groups. So I think the outreach is there, but what was presented here was just a snapshot. Thank you.
So thank you for your comments, Stella. I think we need to capture in the report. So, and any other guest? Yeah, Angela.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Perhaps just to highlight, because I guess Estella already covered everything, just to highlight that at the Secretariat during the COP30 already organized an information session for the African region on the Santiago network, and it's really important to recognize that we did it during the COP30. We didn't include it here because, you know, due to the other commitments that we need to attend during the COP as negotiators, it was impossible for us to attend it, but the Secretariat was present there. So the engagement with all regions being in place, and it was like balanced, if I can say, with all regions, just to ensure that everybody get the information and engage with the Santiago network. Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues. So thank you for your comments and questions. I would like now to invite the advisory board to take note of the document SNAP 2026-0603, titled Report of the Activities of the Co-Chairs of the Santiago Network Advisory Board. Hearing not, the report is hereby noted. So we will take a 15-minute break. We will come back here in 11:32. Precise. 15 minutes. Colleague, can we start again? Colleagues, can you join the room, please? Please. So can we start? We have quorum? Okay. So colleagues, turning now to sub-item 4C, report from subcommittees and task force. At our fourth meeting, the advisory board established 2 committees and 1 task force, namely the budget, the subcommittee, the conflict of interest subcommittee, and the task force on outreach. Populated both self-nomination and board approval, these groups ensure technical expertise while upholding our mandates for regional and gender balance. Members generally serve 2 years term, providing the specialized oversight and continuity necessary to support the board works between sessions. I would like now to invite the representative of committees and task force to provide updates on progress made since SNAP 5, as outlined in the document SNAP 2026-0604, titled Report of Subcommittees and Task Force. First, Alpha, as chair of the budget subcommittee, you can make a presentation. Alpha, you have the floor.
Thank you, co-chair. Good morning, dear advisory board members and representatives. As the chair of the budget committee, it is a pleasure to share an update on the activities of the budget subcommittee with you today. First, I would like to make an update on our members. The Budget Subcommittee currently comprises of 4 members, Mrs. Inaida Rabdishata, Mrs. Aisha Umera, and Mrs. Muriel Kuchenk, and myself, Mr. Alpha Kaloga. I was unanimously elected to serve as the chair for a renewable term of 1 year, and Mrs. Muriel was appointed to the Budget Committee on 18 November 2025, replacing former member Mr. Matthias Bachmann. In terms of progress of the work, the Budget Committee has advanced its mandate. We held a meeting in January where we received updates from the Secretariat on the status of the contribution and budget execution. At the meeting, the subcommittee considered its work plan and meetings scheduled for 2026. And in preparation of the 6th meeting, the advisory board, the Budget Subcommittee reviewed key financial management documents, specifically the report on the status of the resources SNAP 2027-06-07, and the report on the execution of the budget SNAP 2026-06-08. For next step, the Budget Committee will continue to carry out its mandate, including providing review and recommendation for the proposed 2027 budget of the Santiago Network to the Advisory Board before its 7th meeting. Any revision of the 2026 budget, including for the loss and damage report, the endorsement of the certified financial statement by the Advisory Board, and the Secretarial Financial Reporting Standard and Templates. In terms of action point, for the coming period, the Budget Subcommittee would like to call for interested members to join the subcommittee. You may nominate yourself or order for membership to the Budget Subcommittee, we will very much appreciate receiving any nomination. Currently, we have 4 members, and the subcommittee is open to 6 members. So anyone who wants to join the subcommittee can nominate himself right now or via mail. Thank you.
Thank you, Alpha. Thank you for your presentation. I now open the floor for the advisory board to share any comments or questions. So I now invite the observers to share their views on these agenda items. Yeah, Alpha, you make a very good presentation. Okay. I now invite Camila as the chair of the Conflict of Interest Subcommittee to make a presentation. Camila, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Edie. I hope it will be as good a presentation. So the Conflict of Interest Subcommittee, which is comprised with my colleagues Valentina, Rashid, and you yourself, chair. It's a mandated committee by the Conflict of Interest guidelines, and in this intersessional period, we were tasked with reviewing the conflict of interest guidelines to fill in some of the identified gaps that that had come up together with the review of the rules of procedure. Happy to report that after a couple of intersessional meetings and work together with the ongoing co-chairs, we presented updated COI guidelines that were approved during our intersessional meeting. Now for the work plan ahead, as mandated in the guidelines, the committee will undertake the work of developing the procedures for handling potential actual and perceived conflict of interest. So we hope that by SNAP 7, we will have those procedures ready for consideration for the board, and look forward to carrying out that work.
Thank you, Camilla. Now I invite members of the Advisory Board Committee to express their views and comments after the presentation of Camilla. Online, do we not have any? Okay. Now I invite the observers to express their view and comments and questions if they have. Okay, great. And hearing none, we are going to the task force. Lastly, I now turn to Aisha, the spokesperson of the task force on outreach. Aisha, are you with us? Aisha? She's online. You still on break? Coffee break, Aisha? Okay, so is there any other member from the subcommittee who can speak on behalf of Aisha? Oh, Camilla, you can do it. Please.
Hi, thank you, Edie. And as I'm also a member of the task force on outreach, I'm happy to report back on behalf of Aisha, who I think might be having some conflicting issues right now. But as you know, the outreach task force is the third of our subcommittees and spaces, and is tasked with supporting the work in all activities related to engagement with OB&Es and outreach of the network. During the intersessional period, we convened quite a lot of meetings. We were tasked during SNAP 5 with preparing recommendations to enhance the effectiveness of observer participation. So how are we making sure that observers can properly engage during meetings, sign up to come up to meetings and be engaged intersessionally? And we've prepared a series of recommendations as to how to work with engagement of, well, first we elected Aisha as our spokesperson, and hopefully if she does join in this period, she'll come in and add anything else. But we've been working on doing recommendations for the board on how to address some of the specific challenges that have been identified in the past session, including how observers register and participate to in-person meetings, how are we facilitating online participation of observers, how are we ensuring that they have the correct space to work. And in that we are very proud, because this advisory board is usually considered as one of the most participative, and that opens the most participation and engagement from observers, and we want to keep that as part of our DNA. So there's a document that has been shared with the board that includes some of benchmarking exercise that has been done with comparative organizations, as well as an option papers as to how we answer to some of these issues. And I believe we had an update on that in last meeting, and you have received that document, and happy to go into more detail on it if that is the expectation for this moment. But if not, we can revert back to this as we advance in the agenda when we go to specific issue on observer participation. Thanks.
So thank you, Camilla. Aisha, if you are with us, I'm sorry. We asked Camilla to make the presentation because she was not online. So I invite colleagues to express their comments, question if. For the observers, I think, do you have any comment or questions? Okay, great. So we thank the subcommittees and task force for their hard intersessional work. I would like now to invite the advisory board to take note of the document SNAP 2026-0604 titled Report of Subcommittees and Task Force. So, hearing none, the report is noted. I will hand over to my co-chair. Leona?
Thanks, Edie. I'm taking over to guide us through the agenda item 5, operationalization of the Santiago network. We start with an update on the membership of the Santiago network and then move on to an update on the technical assistance being catalyzed through the Santiago network. I would just, since we already took some time on the report and the discussion on the report of the Secretariat, we addressed already a couple of points that are pertinent to this discussion as well. So I would just invite colleagues to be as concise as they can on these two sub-agenda items. So we managed to finalize this agenda item until the lunch break, which is scheduled for 1 p.m. We will now turn to agenda sub-item 5A, membership of the Santiago network. At our 5th meeting, the advisory board welcomed progress in expanding Santiago network membership, particularly efforts to reach underrepresented groups, including women, children and youth, and indigenous peoples. We requested the Secretariat to further diversify membership at national and subnational and local levels and to enhance the usability of the portal and website, including improved filtering by loss and damage topics and OB&E type. We also requested the translation of the membership designation guidelines into the remaining UN languages and encouraged the Secretariat to draw on lessons learned from engaging with OB&Es and members to strengthen the network and its communities of practice. I would now like to invite the Secretariat to provide an update on the designation of OB&Es as members of the Santiago network and progress related to membership since the 5th meeting of the Advisory Board. Before I hand over to the Secretariat, I would like to quickly remind ourselves of some of the points that have been raised earlier in response to the report of the Secretariat with regards to membership. Perhaps you will be able to address these already in your update on the progress. There were questions on how the Secretariat could further engage the network and leverage its capacity beyond the technical assistance delivery for knowledge creation and exchange, for example. There was concern about geographic balance in membership. And there was a question as to how the private sector and its expertise could get involved. I now invite the Secretariat to provide an update on the membership. Carolina.
Thank you very much, Leona. We will be very happy to provide an update. And just to start with an introduction, and my colleague Timo Schmidt, who is online, will provide the presentation. But as you have heard as well from us before, one of the milestones that has been reached during this period is going beyond the threshold of 100 members. This is very significant. We have 108 members at the moment. Some of them are here present with us in the room and some others joining online. And we also benefit also from their strength to make sure that we can be responsive to technical assistance requirements. The membership also now is more inclusive, and the presentation will speak to that. And we look forward also to receiving your guidance on the way forward. We'll be addressing the points, Leona, that you have raised, and that capture also the feedback from the advisory board. Thank you very much. Over to you, Timo.
Thank you very much, Carolina, and hello everyone in the room joining virtually. My name is Timo Schmidt. I'm a program management specialist with UNOPS. I've been working with the Santiago network on membership-related matters. As noted, I'm pleased to share an update now on the operationalization of the network with a focus on membership. Next slide, please. This is the feedback. Leona just noted that already, so I think we can skip that slide. It's essentially the points that Leona mentioned. I'd like to start now with the membership growth and composition. So since NAP 5, the membership base has grown significantly from 62 to 108 members, as noted again by Carolina now, which represents an increase of roughly 75%. The majority of the new members are organizations alongside additional bodies, networks, and experts. So we have seen a growth to 67 organizations, 3 bodies, 9 networks, and 29 experts to be precise. Members bring a wide range of expertise across areas relevant to loss and damage. And importantly, the network remains inclusive with representation from women-led, indigenous-led, and youth-focused organizations. Regarding the map shown here, this reflects where members are based. However, just to note that many operate regionally or globally, meaning their actual reach extends beyond a single location as indicated here. Next slide. In terms of the expressions of interest received, so we have received 263 EOIs, up from 116 at SNAP 5. 108 of those members have been admitted and 8 additional applications are in the final stages of approval. At the same time, the pipeline remains substantial. We have 40 EOIs that are pending additional information. 74 are currently under review. 27 have been asked to resubmit, and 6 did not meet eligibility criteria, which is 1 up from the last advisory board meeting. A key point here to note really is that most expressions of interest require additional information, so that often involves multiple rounds of engagement. And the Secretariat invests significant effort in this process, including follow-up calls, direct engagement, email, back and forth, particularly to support local and national actors. As a result, also formal non-eligibility remains low as we prioritize guidance and resubmission where possible. Next slide. On geographic coverage, which is one of the points noted as well previously, members self-report their areas of operation as part of the expression of interest process, and many indicate a global scope, particularly experts and international organizations. Now, based on our experience, many experts may have, in fact, specific regional expertise, but indicate a global scope in order to express interest in technical assistance opportunities beyond that primary region of expertise. Similarly, organizations and networks that indicate a global scope may in practice draw on strong regional expertise through their regional and national offices, which many of the members can also attest to. That said, we do also see some regional trends emerging alongside that increasing geographic diversity. So current reporting indicates the following distribution. In Asia, we have a particular strong concentration of members with around 22%, followed by Oceania with 13%, and then Africa with 11%. Of course, that makeup will also change as the technical assistance pipeline will diversify. Next slide. The thematic breakdown, which speaks directly to one of the requests made by the advisory board during the last advisory board meeting, is visible here. In response to that request, the Secretariat has introduced broader thematic categories. These are aligned with the indicative types of technical assistance under the guidelines. Just to note, though, that these categories are not exhaustive, and members can suggest additional areas as they wish so. Based on that current self-reported data, we see strong representation in a few areas. That includes resilience and adaptation planning, loss and damage assessments, policy integration, mainstreaming. These are particularly strong areas, followed by early warning systems and preparedness and institutional capacity building. At the same time, some areas remain less represented, including risk analysis and risk management, data and climate information systems, non-economic loss and damage, monitoring and evaluation, and finally, financing and insurance solutions. This provides us with an initial indication of strength and gaps in the membership base, which can also help inform future outreach and engagement. Again, it should be noted that this data is self-reported, not yet systematically captured at onboarding, so that coverage is still evolving. Next slide, please. Similarly, on key constituencies, this data is also self-reported and currently is based on the inputs from 20 of our members, so it should be seen as indicative rather than comprehensive. Members may also represent more than one constituency. Among those reported, 18 members indicated engagement with local communities, 11 with children and youth, 11 with women in the gender constituency, and 8 with indigenous peoples. Again, here, as reporting improves over time, this will provide a clearer and more complete picture on this data. Next slide, please. Moving now to the link between technical assistance and membership. There is a clear trend that we are observing, which is that technical assistance demand is driving membership growth. We do have that knowledge as the technical assistance pipeline is maturing, and we see the related impact it has on membership. So following the launch of calls for proposals of experts, we consistently see an increased registration on the portal, which is something I'll come back to in a minute, and a rise in the expressions of interest submitted by new openees. This indicates that the broader community is responsive to concrete opportunities for engagement. It also suggests that the network is able to attract relevant expertise on demand, even beyond the existing membership base. At this stage, we see a substantial growth or amount of proposals coming from new members, which also reflects that the network is still in a growth phase. Over time, of course, we would expect a greater share of opportunities to be met by existing members. Now, as a practical example, you see here that related to the Yemen request, there were 20 EOIs that were generated. On Iraq, 23 expressions of interest. In Kenya, 19 EOIs. So yeah, additionally, it is important also to point out that as part of the benefits, of course, of being a member of the network, the Secretariat actively shares these opportunities with members via email, via the portal, and also makes spaces available to members in the portal for collaboration and consortia building. Again, a point I'll come back to in a moment. Next slide, please. Moving on to member engagement. Over the past months, the Secretariat has engaged with members and OBNEs through several key moments. Since the advisory board meeting in September, we also convened a members meeting on 22nd of October, where the Nabanga Consortium presented early lessons learned from the technical assistance delivery. So this also created an opportunity for that knowledge exchange and that learning that was addressed early in the comments. On 30th of October, a regional membership webinar for Latin America and the Caribbean was held with over 60 participants. Again, this was directly informed by the gap analysis that was done on the membership. It was conducted in both Spanish and English and provided an opportunity to clarify membership processes. In addition, we saw bilateral engagements held on the margins at COP with members and OBNEs. And also on 11th of December, there was an information session on responding to technical assistance requests, which was participated by over 100 OBNEs. This was also particularly timely ahead of upcoming calls for proposals. Next slide. Now, as mentioned earlier, coming back to the member spaces in the portal, these engagements that I presented earlier alongside the feedback from the advisory board and the members themselves, in fact, have directly informed improvements in the portal, which is sort of the central hub for members to convene. Several new features have been introduced there. First and foremost, the portal is now available in all UN languages, which significantly improves the accessibility, of course. A calendar of events has also been introduced where members can view and share relevant activities and see deadlines. We have also introduced a member directory that enables users to filter by expertise and directly connect with other members, which again speaks to one of the key requests from the advisory board from the last meeting. We have also introduced a technical assistance board, which supports collaboration and consortium building around calls for proposals. Of course, we're still testing these features, so we'll see how they mature and how they're being used over time. In parallel, also, we have more generally improved the overall user journey and work to simplify the membership process. Next slide. A quick snapshot of the Santiago Network portal in numbers. More than half of total portal growth has occurred in the past 6 months. So since September, we have seen 426 new users registering on the portal, which is 50% of the total user base. Monthly activity in the portal has also increased from approximately 1,200 actions to over now 5,000 actions, which is a roughly 400% increase. We are also seeing increased demand for support that grows with that scale. We have seen 137 service requests that have been submitted since November, which requires, of course, capacity operationally on the Secretariat side. So this reflects both the growing engagement and the increasing operational demands on the Secretariat. On processing timelines, the median processing time for expressions of interest is currently 17 days, with 90% processed within 30 days. Of course, more complex cases may take longer. Next. Translations. So we have, and this was shared earlier, now translated also the OBNE guidelines into all UN languages. Very pleased to share that, including now also Arabic, Russian, Mandarin. The expression of interest form and the checklists have also been translated, which again reduces barriers to access the membership and also speaks directly to one of the requests from the advisory board. And now moving to the last slide on key lessons learned. As mentioned earlier, technical assistance demand is the strongest driver of membership growth, with clear implications also for Secretariat capacity, of course. We also see this increasing demand for collaboration spaces, which has informed the different features introduced in the portal. Again, a high number of expressions of interest require additional information, which suggests the need to also simplify the guidance and the submission process. the current process is quite resource intensive, which can, of course, for a lean secretariat model, constrain outreach and engagement capacity. Also, strengthening data capture within the actual EOI process will support a more systematic understanding of member expertise beyond the self-reported data as it is currently. And then finally, also lesson learned is that while membership criteria were designed, of course, around technical assistance delivery, the mandate of the network and the members themselves is sort of evolving, which may also require future reflection on the guidelines and the associated criteria. So I'll stop here and very happy to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Timo, for the presentation. I'm delighted to see or hear a lot about the growth of the membership, but I want to open the floor to the advisory board for questions and comment, and provide any additional guidance if it may deem it appropriate. First, there's Akio.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Timo, for providing a comprehensive presentation on the matter of members. I'm happy to hear that, as was mentioned in the previous session, that there's an increased number of members showing, and also number of expression of interest. By the way, I'm curious about how all these members have developed and created a consortium to submit the expression of interest, since Santiago Network will enhance their impact and efficiency between the collaboration of vulnerable people and communities, as well as other organizations which have a strong capacity on technologies and finance and others. Then I acknowledge that under the guidelines of needs, then there are two types. One is who require finance to promote technical assistance. The others are the body organizations who don't require budget finance from Santiago networks. So in this sense, I'm interested in how many and how much the percentage of the such organization openings who don't require the finance to participate in formulation of the consortium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akio. I just want to remind us that the next sub-agenda item is on technical assistance. So let's see if we can separate the two. Although I understand that it's not always possible, but the questions are not lost. Next on my list is Camila, followed by Alpha.
Thank you so much, Leona, and thank you, Timo, for that presentation. I think it's really interesting to hear and have this sort of feedback on the network, and happy to engage on this. I know this relates a lot to a lot of the comments that I've already made under the report of the Secretariat, so I'll try to keep it brief, and to other things. So I'll just mention two things. I'm happy to see the updated list of OBNEs, and really glad to see that growth and that level of interest. I will make a distinction between the portal that's for OBNEs and what's available on the Santiago Network webpage, where there is sort of a list of 108, and I believe the search on those is slightly different. I don't know because I'm not in the portal, but in that, I would like a little bit more clarity of the numbers and the disaggregations, because you used 8%, for instance, in the example of Latin America and the Caribbean, 8%, but when I actually search for Latin America and the Caribbean, I get a certain number of organizations that are global, but not all the organizations that are global. It's like I get IFRC, but I don't get any other big UN organizations. If you actually were to count the ones that are just Latin America, the number goes down to 4. So I think there's still a little bit of work to do. Either we we do, when we're looking for regions, we are accounting for all global ones, or we aren't. There's a little bit of tailoring there, which will also allow us to show a better distribution of these organizations around the globe, and also realize where a lot of this work needs to be done. And I'd tie that to some of the workshops that we've had per regions, and if we can see how that, like I was happy to see how there's information on growth related to TA request, but if there is a peak or a height in EOIs in these types of events, and when that happens and when that doesn't, because that would be interesting, as well as we try to prepare engagement for regions in lessons learned. And the second thing that I wanted to mention is on that, yes, on sort of the growth that's been happening and how it links to TA. But as I mentioned in the report, very little on what we're doing to keep the network engaged. What are we doing with the network to meet the functions of the Santiago network? How are we promoting exchanges of experience, of knowledge, of lessons learned, of good practices? And this is a key role of that work. And I know that the Secretariat is growing, and that we'll have a team that's more specific to work on this. But this is something that certainly look forward to seeing, and it's crucial in positioning the Santiago network within the loss and damage landscape, but also in actually implementing the functions of the network and of the WIM. So hopefully that can be the priority as well going forwards as we liaise and work with OBNEs. Thanks.
Thank you, Camila. Alpha, you have the floor, followed by Ayush.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank Timo for the presentation. I'm going to be very short. For the next presentation, I would like to get more disaggregate information on the nature of the members, whether they are national OBMEs as well as regionals. So breakdown will definitely further qualify the report you are making. And in the presentation, I didn't hear about experts, OBMEs, whether there's a distinction between organization, bodies, network, and expert. And the last one is referred to what Camila was saying, is how the collaboration, how this membership platform is fostering collaboration, encouraging consortium, and it's something is emerging, peer-to-peer learning. Thanks.
Thank you, Alpha. Ayush, you have the floor.
Thank you, Timo, for the presentation. So I'll be very brief, because some of the points have already been covered by Camila and Alpha. So regarding, so it's very positive to see more regional and national membership joining, but still there are some imbalances which still persist in some region. So, and the Secretariat must strategize on how to further cultivate a diverse, inclusive membership, which must prioritize the local and the national OBNEs, basically from the developing countries, LDCs and SIDS, to ensure that the technical assistance is tailored to the context-specific needs. So further, there is a need to better define and communicate the member roles, including the expectations beyond the call, such as knowledge sharing and the upstream support. Second, like very correctly mentioned by Camila regarding the engagement, so we could introduce more structured engagement mechanism, for example, like regular thematic exchange or targeted briefings we can do to keep the members more active and engaged throughout the process. So third, improving the visibility of the member expertise through the portal. The portal is very good, but we have to ensure that their profiles are complete and user-friendly, very important, and searchable. So that will help in better matchmaking. Finally, more targeted outreach is needed to address the gap, particularly at the regional and the local level, to ensure that the network has the right expertise where the demand is emerging. Thank you so much. These steps are very important to ensure that not only numerous but actively contributing to the network. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayush. I now have Gideon, followed by Stella.
Thank you so much, co-chair. Would you like also to congratulate the new co-chairs, yourself and Edie, and the outgoing co-chairs, Angela and Stella, for their great leadership during the period. I would also like to appreciate for the progress made by the Secretariat in implementation of the activities, including the Santiago Network growing membership. We are really happy to see the great number, 108, and this is really encouraging. But the questions still remain that the aggregations, would like to see the specific number of these members, how many from groups and organizations like indigenous people and children and women, would like to see, and where are they coming from, which regions, and how many numbers in those specific regions. I would like also to appreciate for the webinars that have been conducted in Latin America, and would like to see the Secretariat extending the outreach to other regions, organizing the different webinars, so that most of organizations and the most vulnerable communities will be able to participate and become the membership. And finally, I would also like to ask for the secretariats to make a simplified application procedure for the groups and organizations to become member of the Santiago Network, because most of them have been, conducting us to clarify, and sometimes they found difficulties in doing the application to become the member of the Santiago Network. So I think there's a need to look at the application procedure and make it as simple as possible, and remove the barriers on becoming the members of the Santiago Network. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gideon. I turn to Stella.
Thank you so much, Leona, and thank you so much, Timo and Secretariat Carolina, for the presentation and for your excellent work. I very much welcome a lot of the information that you have shared with us. I think it's really wonderful to see that the portal has been translated, that the guidelines have been translated, which will also see the numbers going up, which is what we all wish for. And thanks also for taking the guidance from the advisory board in reporting to us, and it's really useful to see the different breakdowns on geo balance, on thematic, and also engagement with constituencies. I must say the processing time is really impressive. I mean, we do see there's quite a lot of expressions of interest, which is great to see. But we do realize, and we also heard yesterday, how much time it takes to go back and forth to really make sure that the expressions of interest are clear, and that they can be admitted as members. I had some questions and comments on the portal. Again, I think the numbers you have presented, they are much higher than the actual kind of number of members. So it would be useful to understand what type of engagements are those numbers. And some of the colleagues already spoke to some of those activities. Is it consortium building? Is it some knowledge exchange? I mean, it would be useful to understand if that is happening from those numbers. Another point that you have made was about that most of the expressions of interest are coming from the TA requests themselves. So I'm interested to know, do you see, how is that aligned? Because you publish a TA request and then you have a lot of expressions of interest. So is there enough time to process those expressions of interest so that those who applied because they would like to be part of the TA request response, are they able to apply? And just to understand if there is a bottleneck or not. Which kind of comes then to the question of the constraints in the Secretariat capacity that you have flagged. And for me, it would be also really useful to understand from the Secretariat how the new staff that is coming on board will be engaged also in some of those activities, especially that several colleagues will be placed in the regional offices or at the desks, and what role will they have in the organigram also in terms of outreach and building membership, because it's clear that it cannot be a one-person job. And also, I would just like to highlight that to me, this doesn't have to be only on the Secretariat. This is not just the Secretariat work, and the burden should not be just on a very limited number of people, but this is a network, and we created it to be a network. So is there a way to leverage the members to do some of the outreach? I mean, Camila has been asking, and Alpha have been asking those questions, but is this happening, and how can we make that happen so that the network really grows without coming into the kind of potential constraint of the capacity in the Secretariat? And the last point was around what we'll be discussing later on in this SNAP meeting, which is, you know, the potential connection with our activities and the activities of the FRLD, and how some of the members are amongst those that are accredited to other vertical climate funds. What type of activities can we think of to encourage more of our OBNEs to do that, if this is suitable for them, and then vice versa as well, but we'll get into that, but just kind of wondering if this has already been in your mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stella. I have Rashid, Angela, and Karina online on the list, and I would like to close the floor after this because we have limited time for this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I join my voice to Akio. I noticed that there is an even thematic distribution. So we have strong capacity in resilience and adaptation, loss and damage assessments, but on the other side, we have weaker in finance and insurance, monitoring and evaluation, as well as data system. So we notice that there is a risk of gap in critical technical area. And in this regard, I am wondering what kind of measures the Secretariat has to undertake in order to overcome this risk. Second observation regarding the membership utilization. So how does the Secretariat plan to better mobilize existing members, given that the most proposals are coming from new OBNEs? And finally, regarding the sustainability, how can network ensure that growth in membership translates into effective delivery and measurable impacts? And finally, I believe that a simplification of accreditation application form for non-profit organization is really required.
Thanks a lot, Rashid. Angela, we have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. First of all, thank you, Secretary, for the presentation. I do appreciate the work done. I have 4 specific comments, but I just want, before to go into the comments, to say that I'm really impressed in terms of how the Secretariat is dealing with the expression of interest. If I have to deal with 260 whatever expression of interest, I will be quite crazy just reviewing that and saying which one fits in terms of the guideline. And I'm really happy to see that we are increasing the number of OBNEs. I guess we have been asking since the beginning, and we see the results in terms of that. So I'm really happy with that, and I want to congratulate the Secretariat. In terms of the specific comments that I want to share with you. The first one is I just want to support the comments made by Camila. In the sense, and since the beginning I mentioned I would like to see more OBNEs, of course, from my region, especially those with national and local knowledge. While a large number of international organizations is valuable, it's important to include those with direct experience on the ground. But of course, I do appreciate the work that the Secretariat is doing. That's my first comment. My second comment is in relation to and I know that we are not discussing the criteria of the guideline, but I understand that our guidance includes criteria for the designation of the OBNEs Guide Criterion 2, which talk about that the OBNEs, they have to demonstrate experience in providing technical assistance on MAA and averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage, which require a minimum 3 years of experience. And there is the possibility to have this exemption particularly some kind of exemptions can be made by the director when we talk about local communities, indigenous people, youth and children, and and it must be communicated to the advisory board. So it will be very useful, because it's based on the guideline that we adopted, that the Secretariat in future presentations, show us if in terms of those local communities, indigenous peoples, that kind of organizations, if these exemptions took place or not, because, well, at this point, I don't know if we are taking into account that criterion in particular on the exemptions. My third comment is also on the guideline, because the guideline in criteria 2 talks about this exemption, but we are not considering, for instance, that when we request technical assistance in our countries, we have our own wishing list. And I have to confess, when I look at the applications for other countries, when I read the applications and the call for proposals for the Obianese, I was like surprised, and I was thinking, oh, this is a PhD thesis that the country is asking, and that's good, I mean, at the end is what we need. This is a country-driven process. But in my opinion, perhaps there are some requests that we made in our countries that are that require perhaps more than 3 years of experience. And I think this criteria, criteria 2 says we need 3 years of experience for those who want to join the network. And we can make exemptions for indigenous people, special cases, which is really important. And I would like to see if the Secretariat apply that exemptions in the future. But I also would like to see in the future that an analysis, perhaps, if we need to increase the number of years of experience. I'm not trying to put, barriers to assets, but trying to be frank. When I see some applications for some countries, is like, I've been working in this, like, in loss and damage, like 7 years or 8 years, and I say, well, I don't have the capacity to do this thing, or to respond to that request, because it requires perhaps more than 10 years of experience. And that is really useful to analyze in our future work. So I just want to bring that into the table for future analysis. And finally, my last comment is just to fully support the comment made by Estela. From my perspective, building the network is not just the Secretariat work, it's also ours as board members. And we must help to disseminate information and ensure the network is strengthened and made as robust as possible together. So the Secretariat is trying to help us, but those who knows the organizations, the experts, perhaps I don't know all people in Colombia, but or in my own country, but we need to help to disseminate this information to ensure that we get indigenous people on board, local communities, and perhaps if we do not see, all these organizations reflected in the actual list, is perhaps because we need to improve our work at national level. So it's just a positive way to say we need to build this network together. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Angela. And we have Karina and Aisha also online raising their hand. Please be as short as possible so we can finalize this agenda item.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I would also like to congratulate again the new co-chairs and wish them all the best in their roles, the new roles. And thanks to the outgoing co-chair for their work during this period. Well, my intervention will be brief, but very brief. So, first, thank you for the presentation. I would like to share a few comments and suggestions in order to achieve better results during this period. Regarding the issues presented in the proposal, I believe it is important to clearly distinguish between adaptation and loss and damage. This is key, especially for future opportunities related to the loss and damage found. One important issue is the attribution and quantification of loss and damage, for example, which remain a major challenge for countries. I'm sure that the rule, well, now we know the rules are not very full clearly, but I am confident that these criteria will be considered and the quality of the information will be essential for the fund. This topic is still very sensitive in many countries. And I think that clearly the rules are the better the applications process will be, and this will help maintain the transparency. I believe this process could be strengthened by implementing more proactive and easy to understand communication strategies. I think that this is very important. On the other hand, it is important to support countries in developing tools such roadmaps, agendas, plans, etc. Because these instruments help countries define their priorities and also help the network better tailor its support. Now, regarding the report, I think it is important to include an analysis of the how do you say cuellos de botella? I don't remember. Bottlenecks, I don't know if the correct word, identify during the preparation of proposal. It will also be useful to understand the current status of proposal. For example, with different life system or something like that, which will make the report easier to understand. Finally, it will be interesting to include the next steps, the measures to address these problems or difficulties in the process, and if gaps have been identified, what action could be proposed to overcome them. So thank you very much again for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Karina. Aisha, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I agree with the comments made by the previous speakers. I think we are slowly but definitely moving ahead. And I think it's also very important that we have OBNEs in all the areas and a clear regional kind of marcation and information would also be useful, because at the end of the day, if regions and countries have to submit their requests, they need to specifically know that, for example, how many OBNEs are from their own region. The objective is also to have cross-regional interlinkages and learn from each other's experience. But I don't know, maybe if I have missed, but I don't think there is a regional list of OBNEs which specifically identifies that how many are registered for Africa, how many are registered for Asia Pacific. Correct me if I'm wrong, and category-wise detail, so that when countries are submitting application, they also kind of look for the relevant OBNE. So I think that would be helpful. And I agree that, we are not discussing the criteria, but I think it would be also useful to, if the OBNE is from a certain national origin, consultation is also possible with the identified focal point for Santiago network. Because sometimes there is a greater detail available at the national or provincial level about various organizations and the maybe the experience of delivery of services. So just a thought that, and proactively, I think all of us have to ensure that more and more national level organizations are also registered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aisha. I would now like to invite observers, since we hear that some of the members are also present as observers in this meeting. Please raise your flags. Apologies, you're behind the pillar.
Yes, I'm gonna move here so everyone can see me. Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Alice Baya. I represent the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, and we've been one of the first OBNE accepted. And I just wanted to share briefly our experience to also illustrate some of the challenges that explain why, for instance, until now, we did not manage to answer one of the TA requests. And I would maybe highlight two reasons that primarily explain that. I mean, for those who do not know IDMC, we are very much focused on displacement. So we provide expertise on this topic, which is one area of loss and damage. But of course, it's only one component. And most of the TA requests are, of course, much broader than that. So when we are looking at responding to a TA request, we need to partner and build a consortia with other organizations that can complement our expertise on other areas than displacement. And that has been actually quite challenging to identify. First, because I mean the deadline to respond to the request have been usually very short. I mean, it's most of the time about 2 weeks, which is extremely challenging to identify partners, discuss with them, agree together and respond to the proposal. So I very much welcome on that the most recent requests have been extending the deadline, which is very much appreciated and facilitate our work on that. And the second reason is, again, that, and I think it's a comment that I made to Timo and the Secretariat a couple of times already, is how the network, the Secretariat in particular, could help OBNEs to do a kind of matchmaking exercise to help us identify which other OBNEs are interested to respond to a specific TA request. Because especially now that the network is expanding to above 100 organizations, to reach out to every single OBNE to understand who is interested, who has expertise complementary, it's extremely time-consuming and usually not matching with the deadline. So I would just encourage the Secretariat, and I welcome this TA board that I understand is kind of a reply and to that challenge, but I would very much encourage the Secretariat to look further at how to facilitate OBNEs to get in contact with each other and understand who is interested to apply so we can save time and work more on the substance of the proposal and also just be able to respond, because personally speaking for IDMC, that has been mostly the reason why as of today, we have not been able to respond to a request. So I just wanted to share that experience, hoping that it's constructive and happy to work further with the Secretariat on that with additional suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful to make us aware of these practical challenges. We have somebody over here. You have the floor.
Thank you, and good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Daniela Cuellar. I am the technical coordinator at the World Meteorological Organization. At the World Meteorological Organization, we're very pleased to be part of this network, bringing expertise on weather, water, and climate, which we think are critical to loss and damage. For some of us who might not know, WMO represents also a network of 193 national meteorological and hydrological services from nations across the world. And I think for us, we're really interested in exploring how we can bring in the NMHSs, the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services, to be closer to the network in sharing their experience, their expertise, but also in soliciting the technical assistance that they may need. And also as WMO, I did want to share that last year, thanks to our member states, we were also able to update the technical regulations on early warning systems, which I think are very critical, and we saw a big part of what is being done under this network, and we would love the opportunity to be able to share that with you. We're also working on an implementation plan. How can we actually implement these technical regulations? And that's going to have to go beyond the National Hydrological and Meteorological Services. That's going to have to look at the whole value chain, which I do see a lot of the elements represented here today, and especially at the national level. So we would love to bring more of that and explore elements of knowledge sharing, exchanges, and collaboration. We also want to really emphasize this issue on early warning systems. 2027 is a key milestone for the global community with regards to the Early Warning for All initiative and our global effort to ensure that every person everywhere is protected by multi-hazard early warning systems, especially least developed countries and small island developing states have incorporated early warning systems and climate services into their national planning instruments, such as NAPS or NDCs, but they often really lack the finance and technical capacity to fully realize this. So we really look forward to continuing the work with the Secretariat. We're really grateful for the great guidance and support offered so far, and to really have this strengthened as we also have a stronger Secretariat, so we can ensure that these commitments really translate to action on the ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have another colleague over here. Anna? Over here. Ah, you were first. Didn't notice, sorry.
Thank you. I'm Michael Schwinger from CBM. I would like to echo what has been said as one of the early OBNEs. We've just recently been admitted. We work with and for persons with disabilities, so we're also only representing a specific group of people, and it would be difficult for us to say we lead on a consortium, but we think we can contribute meaningfully to quite a few consortia. And I looked at the portal and I thought, well, if this is the tool I can use to make ourselves known, this will be a bit difficult. So I would just like to encourage also some creative thinking about how can this matchmaking, ideally before a call comes out, can be facilitated in a way that we know who's working in which sector with which specific target group, and that we can maybe start teaming up before specific calls come out. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to take the floor on this topic. As I mentioned previously, IUCN is a very recent new member to the Santiago network, so we are still very much in learning mode and listening mode in trying to sort of navigate through and understand how we can better support the work of the Santiago network. One of the things that I think that could be quite useful for new members when they join the network is if there could be some sort of an onboarding, and I understand that, doing an onboarding for each member may be quite cumbersome, but even if it is for a collection of members together at periodic intervals, that could be potentially quite helpful. So from our side, as I mentioned, we have a lot of expertise, particularly and interest in helping to assess, and this is, I think, to the point that Caroline made earlier on the importance of the Santiago network to also create knowledge, and for the OBNEs to support that knowledge creation and dissemination function. So from our perspective, we would be very interested in contributing, for instance, to understand and what are the losses and damages affecting the ecosystems on which vulnerable communities depend for their livelihoods, for instance. Now, in doing that, we have the expertise, but what we often also face a constraint with is mobilizing the resources in order to deliver that. So how we could work potentially with the Santiago network members and with other interested OBNEs, is something that we'd be happy to discuss more and learn more about. Thank you. And maybe my colleague.
Yes, so if I may add something, and also echoing what WMO you just mentioned, IUCN, we are over 1,500 members, which meaning like this is state members, we have NGOs, but also we have indigenous people member organization. We have over 45 trying to reach the 80 organization by next year. So perhaps it's also to understand from new members how we can also support in leveraging the power of our own members, right? So you have 183, 1,500, so how can we also spread the information across our members and get them also being part of the network itself, of use the power of they have on their own expertise. So perhaps in the onboarding side. IUCN, we are colleagues. My name is Veronica. He presented myself, so I avoid to present myself again.
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Xiao Wang. I'm representing a food and agriculture organization of the United Nations together with my colleague Sebastian. And I also want to echo some colleagues' idea about this matchmaking. And I feel we actually follow very closely of all the technical requests, and we analyze actually each of the requests together with the kind of the relevant country office. And what we found is maybe at this stage, a lot of country their request is more like this national visioning, understand the impact of loss and damage across sectors. So sometimes agriculture sectors we want to maybe apply, but also the request is multi-sectors. And then there's an issue about, as colleagues said, there's a timing. If we want to form a consortium, for example, some proposal recently published is focusing on, even they're saying agriculture, health, and infrastructure. And then we're thinking, okay, agriculture is important, but then it's also take time for us to liaison with the sector, maybe from health, from infrastructure, for like fostering this consortium, understand, make the proposal. So we were also thinking maybe there's some kind of discussion how to match different sectors, especially maybe responding to the current stage of country requests. It's more really a national visioning across sectors. Yes, thank you.
Thanks a lot. If I am not, okay. Yeah, thank you very much, especially to the observers and member organizations. I think this has been very valuable feedback, especially to us in the advisory board. Perhaps the Secretariat was already aware of these challenges that they encounter, especially with regards to coming together in consortiums and the limited time that there is. It also speaks, I think, to the issue that was raised by several advisory board members of engagement and exchange between members, even beyond the specific technical assistance request. But I would like to hand over back to the Secretariat for the challenging task to answer to all issues raised. And I will also only give you around maybe 10 minutes, so it will be my fault if you will not be able to respond to everything, because afterwards we want to break for the family photo and for lunch. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that, Leona. Very happy. Sure.
Apologies, Carolina. I just heard there's another hand online. Apologies. Please, Nadia Zaidi.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I hope you're able to hear me clearly. I'm Nadia Zaidi, the Loss and Damage Policy Specialist at UNICEF. And thank you to the Board of Santiago Network. Congratulations to the newly appointed co-chairs, and sincere appreciation to the outgoing co-chairs for the leadership. We would like to firstly commend the Secretariat for the excellent work in processing the tier requests. The call for proposals clearly reflect the significant effort that has gone into preparing and structuring these requests. And we would like to echo the point mentioned by several observers and members of Santiago Network on navigating the consortium development. So a number of recent tier requests we've noted have highlighted the importance of capturing loss and damage impacts on children. UNICEF has responded to one such tier request. However, given the relatively short time frame for proposal preparation, it can sometimes be challenging to assemble proposals that require a diverse set of technical expertise and partnerships. In this regard, we would like to ask and suggest whether there could be an option for members to first submit proposals and expressions of interest based on the area of expertise that could catalyze the tier request. Following the initial selection, Selected members could then engage in the discussions to form consortia and combine complementary expertise to deliver the requested technical assistance. So here we're just trying to provide a suggestion and a solution where we can ensure that the consortium better reflects the expertise requested by the technical assistance. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much for the suggestion. And now over to the Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and many thanks for the feedback that has been received. It's very rich for us as well and very useful to hear from members, representatives, and also members of the network. It's very helpful. I will start with some general comments and then hand over to my colleague Timo for the rest of the questions. We'll make sure to do that within the 10 minutes, Leona. But first, perhaps just to start by the points that were raised by several of the members about consortia building. On consortia building, we recognize as well that there are, now that we have a good number of members, there are members with different capacities and different expertise, and also these can be complementary to one another. We want to promote the creation of consortia, but also we also think that we will be best guided by you, by the members, on how that can be done in an effective and efficient manner, taking into account also the timelines required for the technical assistance process. Our suggestion would be to convene a member-dedicated meeting to consortia building. So we hear from you as well, from your ideas and also your creativity on how best to come up with a way to facilitate the creation of consortia. So that's something that we can move ahead with, the convening a members meeting dedicated to exploring consortia building. There were some comments also in relation to the existing processes that we have and the need to streamline them, and also the potential need of revising criteria. Many thanks for those comments. We have the review of the guidelines for OBNEs and membership that is due for the next meeting of the advisory board. So this is something that can be explored now that we can also identify the demands coming on the technical assistance side and how those can be best met by members, so the guidelines can be revised accordingly. There were some comments also in relation to the members that are also access entities to the FRLD. At the moment, we have 11. Those are also a very important entry point for us for engagement at the operational level with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. And also, there are members that have access to the FRLD and to other funds, and therefore they are particularly well placed for access to finance. We also consider there is a space for the Santiago network to play a more prominent role when it comes to access to finance. There were some comments about the need of revising the criteria. There might be the need also to have criteria that is more stringent when it comes to fiduciary, environmental, and social safeguards for this route, but at the same time, we need other types of members as well. So that is something that we can also further explore under the agenda item 9 on complementarity and coherence. And lastly, also to mention that we will be making sure as well that membership is growing in an inclusive manner, aligned with your guidance. I now hand over to Timo for the rest of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina, and also thank you to those on the room and joining virtually with all the questions, which is very fruitful for us considering on how to proceed and move this forward. So first on keeping members engaged and sort of the peer exchange beyond the technical assistance delivery. As Carolina mentioned, there's also a review of the criteria and the OBNE guidelines more broadly coming up. These are, of course, focused on technical assistance. And from our experience, the majority of members joined to deliver technical assistance. We do also see a handful of other OBNEs, for example, those with a strong thematic or niche expertise joining the network too. So highlighting that thematic expertise is also one of the efforts that we'll take going forward. Members also have participated actively in consultations beyond technical assistance in recent weeks and months, including the benchmarking exercises on the results framework, the observer participation modalities. We've also just launched a survey on their engagement with the WIM XCOM. So there are avenues emerging on how to engage them beyond technical assistance delivery. Next, on the data disaggregation point, which is another bracket of questions asked, Here, as noted during the presentation as well, OBNEs are asked to self-report where they operate. And some international organizations that may have regional offices will report also regional footprint as part of the onboarding from which that data is captured. So in terms of really looking purely at OBNEs working regionally, we may need to also introduce a different way to capture that statistic, which is a good indication for how the guidelines may also be reviewed in the next cycle. And we are, of course, happy to provide the board with additional breakdowns of the types of members and the locations as soon as that data becomes available. Since there was a specific comment, I believe, on the experts by Alpha, just to note that as noted on one of the slides, our experts count currently stands at 29 in the network. Then on different engagement modalities, depending on the member type, referencing here the outreach and engagement strategy, which does define different engagement modalities with members. We are still in the early stages of operationalization. I think also the task force on outreach was quite busy with the observer participation recommendations. But we have also engaged operationally with FRLD, as Carolina noted, mapping that WIM XCOM engagement. And those are just some early initiatives of how to tailor engagement in the future. Then on outreach to regions beyond Latin America and the Caribbean, indeed, the plan is to extend similar webinars to other regions. So the Latin American and the Caribbean one was sort of the first blueprint for that experience. And we plan to have similar webinars in the future as well for other regions. Then moving to leveraging members to do outreach. So indeed, the Santiago Network outreach and engagement strategy also considers members as active components in our outreach. We know that members already promote the network informally within their own channels, but we have also engaged with them more systematically. We had a meeting, for instance, with GNDR to also reach and tap into the network. And of course, as part of the rollout and the operationalization of the outreach strategy, we may have more systematic engagement with our members, particularly networks along those lines. Then we do acknowledge the gap in some technical areas that was mentioned on finance, insurance, monitoring, evaluation. Those are critical competencies for loss and damage. We also intend to enhance targeted outreach to expand and diversify membership in these areas. It is something that we can work with the AB through the outreach task force co-hosts, but also the members themselves. The data that we now have gives us sort of a marching order on where to invest those efforts. And yeah, similarly, and it has been mentioned by several board members, there's also an opportunity to continue to find ways to engage members outside of the technical assistance requests that we receive. Regarding the years of experience of OBNEs and the TA criteria, I believe Carolina covered that point. Maybe just looking here. On amplifying the information to the advisory board. So in the past, the Secretariat has shared communication packets with the advisory board and members and other stakeholders to sort of support the elevation of key information, including membership outreach materials and CFP-linked information. This is also shared on the Santiago network and the website. So we would be very happy also, and this is a sort of an invitation to the advisory board and members to support in further promoting these resources. And we will continue to provide, of course, supporting those products to facilitate the process. And then I think, the key point that, of course, comes across from the observers in the room and the members is on consortia building. So as Carolina has already mentioned, sort of a key next step would be to convene around both our membership and observers on how to actually tackle this and strengthen the tools that we have. The tools that we built in the portal are, of course, at an early stage. Their usefulness is also dependent on the scale of the members actually engaging with them. But we are obviously interested to build spaces to facilitate that process of matchmaking in the future. So just to echo Carolina's point here on convening the members around that to gather the feedback and reflect on ways to enhance that process. Just operationally speaking, on that consortia building, we also acknowledge that this takes time, of course. As you note, we're already reflecting this in the learning and the knowledge in our operations. We're also discussing it with proponents to ensure the timelines for calls are well aligned to requests. So we will also incorporate the timeline and the operational modalities when discussing opportunities to further facilitate the matchmaking among members. And then a final comment was on the onboarding of members. Just to point here again that we do have an onboarding package shared with new members. And thank you for also making that comment, so we can also review that in the next cycle in case there are opportunities to now update that, taking on board the views of members. I believe that covers it, but please, yeah, let me know if there's something that I've omitted. Back to you in the room, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Secretariat, especially to Timo, for giving us feedback on our comments raised. I think it was a very rich discussion, very helpful to hear all the points that were raised. I think in terms of next steps, it would indeed be very welcome if the Secretariat could share some disaggregated data on the OBNEs per region, per country, responding to the questions asked in that regard, as far as this is possible. And we're also happy to hear that perhaps the Secretariat could organize a meeting dedicated to the building of consortia, since this was mentioned as one of the challenges. And I also, as was already mentioned, want to highlight that we have the agenda of the next meeting, SNAP 7, where we will also address the update of the guidelines for OBNE. So we have another occasion to talk about the challenges that we hear about, but also what works well. Okay, so we are closer to lunch now. We will take a break of 1 hour, even though we are a bit delayed in the schedule. But we take the full hour because we will also have to take our group picture. And then we will start the agenda again with the agenda item 5B on catalyzing technical assistance. Before we enjoy the refreshments, we would, as I said, like to take a family photo. We invite the advisory board members, representatives, and the director first, then the same group plus the Secretariat and the co-hosts, and then observers and all participants to join in the photo. And to begin, the advisory board and director are requested together between the banner behind me. Yeah. So I'll see you in about an hour at 2:10.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can we start? So I think you had very nice lunch. So let us now turn to sub-item 5B, catalyzing technical assistance. At our fifth meeting, the advisory board welcomed the progress made on technical assistance requests, commended the Secretariat's outreach and engaged effort since its fourth meeting, and noted the increase in requests received. We requested the Secretariat to further expedite support to proponents, particularly diverse local and actors and vulnerable communities. Continue outreach to national liaison and UNFCCC national focal point, and develop standardized procedures to facilitate the submission of technical assistance requests. In response to our previous request to simplify the guidance for requesting support, the Secretariat is working on with the UNDR to develop a set of video, animation, and infographics raising awareness about the Santiago network and communicating the technical assistance and membership process and respective application process. We also note that following the workshop for LDCs and SIDS in Senegal in 2025, the Secretariat has scheduled the pending Caribbean workshop from 5 to 7 May 2026 in collaboration with the government of Barbados, UNDR, and the Caribbean Bank Development. I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide an update on progress in the catalyzing technical assistance since the last meeting of the advisory board. Secretariat, you have the floor. Liz.
Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you.
And as the first session after lunch, let me just congratulate you both on your election to co-chairs. We're really looking forward to working with you, and want to add to the thanks of all of the Secretariat so far to Angela and Stella for the really close collaboration and support over the time since I've come, at least. So I also want to appreciate the chance we had yesterday to exchange on the agenda item, catalyzing technical assistance, and for the feedback and thoughtful comments so far that we hope we've incorporated a bit in this, and to keep it a bit briefer for you today. But the first thing we really want to highlight is that since September 2025, when we last met, the technical assistance pipeline has really transformed. You can see on the timeline here, demonstrating a sustained increase in requests from developing countries, from even communities, and across regions, LDCs and SIDS. The Secretariat is currently managing more than 20 requests that we define as formally submitted, signed requests via the Santiago Network portal or email account, and working closely with proponents on a number of draft requests in addition to these. Of these formal requests, 8 technical assistance requests are currently active. This is an increase since the report this morning, since we have the good news that the publication of call for proposals for Palau has come through during the course of the morning. So there's a technical assistance delivered to Vanuatu. It's ongoing, indicated in the graph here. A further 4 calls for proposals for Yemen, Cook Islands, Iraq and Kenya have resulted in a large number of proposals which are currently under evaluation by the Secretariat, and an additional 3 call for proposals now for Namibia, Fiji and Palau, as well as the Santiago Network's first call for experts, also for Namibia, are currently accepting submissions. Given the exponential increase in requests and subsequent calls for proposals and experts published from those, we're able to make some calculations on the budget implications now. With those 8 published calls, we can calculate the cumulative value from this active TA, starting with Vanuatu and including the recent publication of calls. You can see a steady increase in the past 5 months from November 2025 in both the number of calls released, which is indicated here by the bars, and the cumulative value of the technical assistance shown by the line. The total cumulative value of TA active today is approximately 3.1 million US dollars, and this is the cumulative value based on the calls that have been published so far. Of these calls, the average value per request is 387,000 US dollars, with a range of between 250 and $700,000. So we're seeing quite a range, and that relates to the scope. And the average implementation timeline for technical assistance is 12 months, again, with a range on either side of that average. Technical assistance requests are proving to be either quite specific with 1 or 2 targeted components, or more broad in scope with several interlinked components. Trends are emerging here shown on the graph for requests around data system improvements, for loss and damage assessments and the kind of visioning work that was mentioned earlier, and or gap analysis, with a view to strengthening the evidence base for policy development, for UNFCCC reporting requirements in some cases, and or for accessing finance. All requests also includes strong elements of capacity building of some kind, primarily institutional capacity building for national and subnational authorities, the linkages between, sometimes including strengthening coordination mechanisms horizontally or vertically in country. And that capacity building, the nature of it, is quite specific to which technical components are also making up the request. Approximately 80% of the requests in the current pipeline, the larger pipeline, make reference to enhancing access to the FRLD or other climate finance, the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, through the generation of data in key geographies or sectors, through development of financing frameworks, for example, or through proposal development specifically for the fund, and through the capacity building that I mentioned already. With a good number already in the pipeline, a good number of requests, we can see that the regional balance is beginning to emerge on the left. Some regional gaps clearly remain, and it's been introduced already some plans to try to address those. And as we learn what's working best in converting outreach and request preparation into formal submission of requests, we're actively targeting these gaps. Just to clarify that the graphs here are based on that larger pipeline of more than 20 formal submissions. We have a higher proportion of requests from LDCs and SIDS relative to developing countries, and also a good number from developing countries, as shown on the graph on the right. During this period, the Secretariat has focused also on operationalising the approved approach at the last board meeting to determining a minimum percentage in parallel with and aligned to the development of the updated Santiago Network results framework and the forthcoming meal framework. Progress has been made, for example, in embedding vulnerability criteria across the technical assistance cycle, and the Secretariat has been especially updating its technical assistance tracking in incorporating request level indicators consistent with the approved approach as the requests are increasing. Initial observations from the pipeline are indicating that in most requests, community engagement is often implicit rather than explicitly articulated at the request stage. There are examples where in discussion with proponents there has been a process of widening the discussion and incorporating community-based actors or civil society organisations in some of the requests that are already published. There's examples of that. While the majority of proponents in this early phase are government entities, interest has been expressed also by sub-regional government entities and non-governmental organisations Earlier this month, Santiago Network has received its first formal request from a civil society organization. And in parallel with this, it's been mentioned today a couple of times, the Secretariat has also been working to try and advance the improved access for community-based actors of this kind and launching the simplified window for community-led technical assistance. The Santiago Network is now counting national liaisons from 45 countries. That's an increase of 1 from the last time we reported it yesterday. Zimbabwe have joined us since, so welcome to them. A key function of the national liaisons is to coordinate as appropriate with other contact points at the national level, with other relevant designated focal points for developing countries, and ensuring that alignment and complementarity at the national level. A large number of requests are received directly from national liaisons as the proponent or with their close involvement from the outset. Those that have not involved national liaisons or UNFCCC national focal points have typically taken a longer period to reach maturity or formal submission, also because of the no objection period of 21 days, but also the need for further national level coordination has become apparent. So national liaisons are playing a crucial role in the active technical assistance so far, and are in regular contact with the Secretariat through the stages of the life cycle of the technical assistance. Thanks. I just want to take the opportunity to share some of our key findings and learnings from this important early phase. The slide here is showing the different steps in the technical assistance life cycle, and just reflecting across it on the impact of different outreach modalities that we've been testing out. The most successful in terms of generating formal requests at a level to advance towards implementation are really where there are opportunities for sustained and repeated engagement, bilateral engagement with proponents. That I think that in the end, no substitute for being able to have repeated interactions and repeated meetings and discussions as ideas and requests evolve. Request submission timelines vary considerably across proponents. Some are prioritizing receiving report as soon as possible, while others are deliberately organizing the request timeline over a longer period to align with ongoing processes or policy processes or other sources of support that have already been identified. To date, the majority of member selection, moving on to the next step in the process, has been managed via calls for proposals to our membership that was discussed in the last agenda item. However, last month we also published the first call for experts under a specific component of Namibia's request for technical assistance, also showing some ability to be flexible in the modalities, depending on needs. And we're also learning, as has been very well discussed in the last session, that it's very important for calls to remain open for sufficient time to allow that time for consortium building, for inclusivity of different types of OBNEs and the development of good quality proposals. It's also been explained that we've seen this increase related to technical assistance calls for the expressions of interest for membership in line with each. And this is, really, I would, as has been described in the last session, driving that increase in membership that we've seen. The evaluations of proposals submitted to against each call are managed and chaired by the Secretariat. Evaluation panels are compiled specifically for each call for proposals. They're always including Secretariat, 1 or 2, at least 2 actually, Secretariat members, and also where required on specific thematic or geographic expertise, external experts, sometimes from our membership, sometimes from our co-hosts, sometimes elsewhere. Looking at the past 5 calls for proposals to close, This is from Vanuatu up to the most recent Kenya. These have generated an average of 17 proposals per call for proposals. The most, the range here around the average is from 7 to 30 proposals per call. So that active engagement of the current and prospective members is really well noted. And the majority of these proposals are from consortia of between 2 to 6 organizations. In the meantime, the implementation of technical assistance to Vanuatu has continued to provide very valuable positive results and valuable learnings that we are bringing forward into the forward operations and all of these more recent calls and processes. And across the outreach and engagement with proponents, with members, with others in the loss and damage architecture and broader stakeholders, the Secretariat's consistently trying to share these lessons learned and experiences also with from this early phase of delivery, also as new discussions around new requests or submissions are coming through the pipeline. A key focus of this collaboration of the broader ecosystem that I mentioned is as well to find the coherence and complementarity in the loss and damage architecture, but also including other kind of sources of finance, other providers of technical assistance, the CTCN, other climate finance, vertical funds, other multilateral and bilateral development banks, is also a key focus of this collaboration is trying to find ways that we can work collectively and coordinate ourselves on the side of those who can provide support in engagements with developing countries. And I think in particular with LDCs and SIDS, this is looking like a valuable approach in working with potential proponents to identify their needs in averting, minimizing, addressing loss and damage, so that the Santiago network support technical assistance that can be catalyzed can really fill gaps that are there in existing technical assistance and project financing. So just to conclude, in this early phase, each step of this technical assistance life cycle has required intense engagement with both proponents and OBNEs, continuous testing of the procedures and guidelines as we start to develop our standard operating procedures that were mentioned this morning, and active monitoring and learning, also informing the development of our policy frameworks around results monitoring and meal. As such, the network has, during this period of time, made progress towards setting those kind of strong foundations that are needed for the scaling of delivery that's higher in quantity, but also in the quality that's been highlighted to be maintaining through this process a focus on good quality outcomes. So thank you very much, co-chairs. Back to you.
Oh, thank you, Liz, for your presentation. I now open the floor for the advisory board to provide further guidance on responding to requests for technical assistance and concrete suggestion on how the SNAP Santiago network as our advisory board would want to be kept up to date on the technical assistance pipeline and implementation. I see Rashid. Okay, you had a very good lunch. I mean, so okay, Rashid, come on.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Just regarding the technical assistance, it appears to be a strong emphasis on capacity building as a primary focus on technical assistance, whereas greater attention should be placed on facilitating access to finance, and also developing data system regarding loss and damage, also assessments and analysis. Yes, as discussed yesterday, capacity building also concern these matters, regarding access of finance, data system, but really we have to take measures in order to orient technical assistance to priority as access to finance and data system for loss and damage. Also, I am very delighted to see, in terms of regional trends, that Africa is very active. I don't want that our colleagues, also observers, interpret the limited number of nationalization as a negative signal, but you know that, for instance, in my country, Morocco, the national focal point played the role of nationalism. And finally, I see that the formal request from the government is very interesting. That reflects the interest shown by the government.
Thank you, Rashid. Stella?
Thank you so much, Liz, for this presentation again, and thanks again for yesterday and for the great presentation that you've given us then. And I think it was really welcome by Advisory Board to have this update and to really see the work that goes into the preparation of response. So all of the kind of conversations that you have to have with the proponents to make sure that the proposals then end up in the calls that are being published. I'm also really happy to hear there was already an update since yesterday. So it really shows how fluid the situation is and how much is happening, and how much those things will be happening really fast. And also really happy to see that there was a first request also from civil society organizations. So it'll be really interesting to get lessons from that, and hopefully now with the new window that will also enable larger uptake from that side. Yesterday we had a bit of a conversation about how the advisory board could be updated about this and better informed, so we have a better understanding. I do very much appreciate this presentation, but I'm also kind of trying to ask myself what is the right kind of frequency of that, because we, as much as we appreciate it, we also acknowledge you are not there just to serve the advisory board, you are there to deliver the technical assistance, and you have to really concentrate on the priority, which is responding to countries and managing the membership. So this is an open question also to you. How do you see that? Because you have, the best perception of the capacities and what is needed, what are the priorities, and what could you recommend to us, what can you offer? I mean, having that at an informal meeting is excellent. Would an extra online briefing for advisory board in between the meeting, would that be something manageable from your side? It's really a question that I think we have to consider because we are all very conscious of the constraints. I'm also thinking about how we can then, again, use some of the experiences from the countries that have already been assisted by the Secretariat. I do remember when the first request was, I think, in the preparation, maybe just launched from Vanuatu, and there was the event that you organized at the SB session in Bonn, and we had I think the amazing privilege of having Vanuatu there and really sharing their experience with a lot of other countries, representatives. And I thought it was just so useful because that saves you some of the work that then you would be doing with responding to questions when countries that are planning or that are in the process of preparing requests, they can just also learn from some of these experiences. So how can we think of utilizing some of the outreach, the events that you're planning to hold maybe at the next SB session, to really bring also that which should relieve partially at least some of the work that the Secretariat is doing and help countries do this peer-to-peer learning and learn from experiences. And just the last point briefly on the coordination and coherence, really appreciate your focus on that as well. And I think it is still a challenge for many countries to understand who does what in the landscape. I think there is still quite a lot of confusion on whether there is a competition between the FRLD and the Santiago network, or if you apply for one, can you still apply for the other? And I know there is a lot of work already happening in between the secretariats and the three bodies. There's the explainers that we'll be, I think, talking about at some point, which hope to clarify the roles and who does what and where the support can be obtained. But I really think this is something we should focus on much more, on doing outreach together. So from the XCOM and FRLD and the Santiago network to the focal points. And there's different entities, right? There's national focal points, there's loss and damage contact points, there are liaisons to Santiago network, there's focal points of FRLD, and they're not necessarily the same people in the country. So if we do focus on reaching out together and trying to bring these audiences together, I think you can also clarify and help some of the mistakes, which would again relieve some of the work that maybe would go and into this process without being necessary. And I'm wondering if this is also something where it could be helped by the task force on outreach. I mean, maybe there is already this in the work plan, but I really see this as one of the key things that could improve some of the processes and improve the knowledge and awareness among countries and proponents. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other requests for floor? Okay, Aish, and then Miriam.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for the presentation. So I'll start. I'm very happy to see a CSO coming up for the technical assistance request, and we'll hope that more technical assistance requests will come up in future before SNAB 7. So I'll start with, like, most of the points have been covered by Stella, and I am totally with her for most of the points. Just have few things, we have a limited resource and we need to prioritize for the resource allocation. So we have to think of some innovative way how we can allocate the resource. So an approach like we can follow a tri-age approach, like distinguishing between the ready, developing and low priority request, which will help focus limited secretariat capacity where it can deliver the fastest. So second, I would recommend that we should standardize the upstream support. So like providing the clear templates, checklists, and possibly light external support for the request development. So that would reduce the iteration time and improve the quality with time. So finally, one thing which I found is missing, like how we are catering the urgent requests. So there is a value in exploring a fast track modality for the urgent request alongside stronger engagement of member beyond the technical assistance delivery. But overall, everything, the whole LCA is looking very sustainable, and to me, thank you so much for all the efforts.
Thank you, Ayush. Now I have Akio and then Muriel. Akio.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. First, I'd like to fully support the last comments made by Stella on the significance of collaboration with fund to respond to loss and damage. Then I think it's very important for us to understand the mechanism of funding under the FRID through the Barbados implementing modalities. So then it is to not to compete with each other, but for enhancing coherence and collaborate by each other. I think that we will enhance the impact for the implementation of technical assistance as well as the project under the fund to support the vulnerable countries and communities in developing countries. From this point, it's very important. And my second comment is related to my previous comments in the former session. Then again, I'd like to know how much the so-called in-kind support provided by the members consisting of a consortium to promote technical assistance. You show that under the current 8 pipelines, there request amounting $3 million. But this is real fund requested to the Santiago network. But I think there are some members offer some in-kind support. So since we are the network as recognized by everyone, so to enhance the impact to the global communities, I think the finance of not only our finance but our the whole resources who would be provided by our members, that would play a very important role. So that would be, I think, associated with the discussion of result framework and the meal framework. Then if we can expect there's some in-kind support by the members, that would be, if our secretariat can get this information in a selection process, I think that would be, better for us to enhance the impacts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akio. Can you close your micro? Mike, please close. Thank you. Muriel, can you?
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation, Liz. I'm happy that everyone has seen also, yes, what you have done over the last months and the whole process. And as said beforehand already, it shows also how time intensive it is. I just have very few comments because most of them I've already made beforehand. I think something that I really like about the way you're working is sort of this very targeted approach, and that you really try to sort of co-create together with the different proponents, but also with the OBNEs. And I think it's really something that you should continue to pursue because it creates also, I think, this ownership. But of course, it's very time intense, and then you always have to adapt your approach to the specific request that is coming. So I think for the future, it will be important to, on the one hand, keep this very flexible, tailored approach, while also standardize certain things. And I think this will not be so easy, because I don't think we can just standardize everything. So that's one of my observations in terms of sharing sort of the experience that you have and the learning. I fully understand that so far you were not really able to do that, so you have more informed about the processes and everything. And I'm again very confident that as soon as you also have, for example, the 4 cases that you're evaluating, that you will share that. And I think the propositions which were made, as also with by Stella, that maybe the country's concerns or the proponents concerned can speak to their experience, but also the OBNEs, I think that's really a good format. But I really don't think that there is a need to do very a lot of documentation of all the good practices. I think it should be in a lean way, but showing the impact of what you're having. Then something on this financing, I have not really made up my mind. I think that a priority for us is certainly to look into very concretely how we can strengthen this collaboration with the FRLD. Of course, there are other funds out there. There is also a whole humanitarian system out there. But I think probably we have to prioritize it and then see very concretely how we can operationalize it, because we can speak with a lot of people and meet them and have a coordination, but I think it should be as concrete as possible, and that we also know what we're talking about. I hear very often this in-kind contributions from OBNEs. I know that there is this modality. I have not really understood it fully, if you can shed light on it, because of course, if there is something that gives really a lot of visibility maybe to an organization, I can see the incentive to contribute, but I don't, maybe OBNEs can say why they would provide such in-kind contribution. So I don't really see what the potential is of it. And then I have a very more concrete question in terms of the process, is how actually you decide which OBNE and consortium is best placed to respond to a given request? It's a very practical question. Thank you.
Thank you, Muriel. Alpha?
Thank you. Thank to the Secretariat for the presentation. It is very obvious the progress made, and given the limited staff that were involved, it is very much hope that with the new staff coming in, that the scale will and the speed will increase. So I have a couple of questions. The one thing is how the Secretariat ensure that the members that are recognized keep their appetites in responding to funding proposal, to technical assistance, because I mean, now it's very early, everybody's keen, but if the likelihood is too narrow, it might be a situation where people do not have appetite, even though they can, but they say, okay, we do not have any chance. So I think we need to figure out how we could sharpen that approach to make sure for each proposal, the Secretary has not the preferred, but has an idea of type of institution, and those are reached out specifically through encouragement. The second point is, as usual, is my expectation about the support provided to LDCs and seeds, particularly for the technical assistance project development. So now, as it was presented yesterday, we have a member from or a staff, the desk official for LDCs, and I think there is a huge expectation. For instance, from the project that are being approved, or for those that are called for submissions, how many are LDCs? Only one. And and I think that's with the colleagues, I guess we need to sharpen that, because particularly even in Guinea, there is an expectation through me that the Secretariat help us more articulate the needs that we identify. The other point speaks to the national liaison. I guess we have seen more moderate involvement of the national liaison, and I think it is very important that the Secretariat perhaps figure out whether they can prepare knowledge product on best practices for national liaison, particularly providing guidance in their role in the technical workflow for origination and then implementation of technical assistance. And I think the coordination issue is a big problem. I don't know how we solve it, and I don't believe that the Santiago network itself can solve that, because the coordination issue is a big problem at national level, but we also, as a negotiator, continue to strengthen that. It doesn't make sense to have 3 entry points in the country for loss and damage. That's my point of view, and yet at country discretion, and it's become very difficult, and I think the Santiago network can play a critical role there in better understanding how the institutional arrangement can be shaped through its technical assistance, proposing ways not only for the technical assistance supported by the Santiago network, but also to be guiding, for instance, the work of the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage. So overall, very happy for the progress made, and the expectation is high from our end, and look forward to to further report. Thanks.
Thank you, Alpha. Tete, you have the floor.
Yes, Chair. Before I forget, no, it's supposed to be in the previous agenda item on the membership. I was just reminded because Stella mentioned that there's some confusion still with the different bodies, and I can attest to that. Last week, one prospective member reached out to me saying, "Oh, we haven't heard back from the Santiago Network Secretariat. We applied since December, blah, blah, blah." And then I looked at their application, and then I saw that while they're applying for Santiago Network, they keep on referring to FRLD in their application. So I said, you might want to revisit because I think you know that case. No? So there's clearly, I don't know if it's going to be solved by a comms piece, explaining, an explainer, how are these different bodies similar, different, something like that. But definitely, we may be losing out on the wealth of membership if, as simple as that, people still get confused. Now, the second point is I can also affirm that last week I was in a webinar and Vanuatu, Chris, was sharing their experience being the first to apply for technical assistance, and while the Santiago network was still being built up. And so now they have this consortium where it is locally owned, locally managed. So I suppose the success of their experience really relies on strong country and local ownership of that initiative. So I think Vanuatu would be our poster children model for a successful TA. Now, having said that and hearing from Liz, we can also confirm the importance of the Santiago network in the loss and damage landscape. It's like we've arrived. No? At the same time, we should continue to encourage the Secretariat to proactively expand outreach. So this should include ensuring requests are coming from all developing country regions, because as we've seen earlier, it's still kind of imbalanced. No? Notably, requests coming from Latin America and Caribbean are not that many. So maybe we should try to address the barriers for the different regions and the different types of proponents to come forward. Given that the Secretariat has indicated that around 20 requests are in the pipeline, which is, again, I hate to be the party pooper, it's equivalent roughly to the current annual allocation for technical assistance. We're going to be bankrupt, no? If we don't address resource mobilization. So it would be helpful for the advisory board to receive clearer information on the expected scale of support for each request. I know you mentioned something in the vicinity of 350, etc., but would that be across the board, or would there be different levels of request and how much we can afford to provide? So greater transparency on the pipeline and resource allocation will help inform resource mobilization efforts and ensure that expectations are clear for countries and communities seeking assistance. Because we're building up a hype that we are already here, no? We're open for business and now we're scaling up, but then if we cannot match it with our resources, then the issue of, people's enthusiasm could probably wane in the long term. So last point, lessons learned from early requests should also inform future improvements, including how community engagement is reflected at the request stage and how the network can respond more rapidly to country needs. Because we've heard that, these are mostly initiated by governments. So we'd like to know also if community engagement is there from day one, from the onset. Thank you.
Thank you, Tete. Angela?
Thank you so much, Co-Chair, and thank you, Secretary, for the presentation. I have different, people trigger comments in my mind. And first of all, thank you. I just to start again saying my appreciation to the Secretariat for all the efforts. I see a high increase. Sometimes we say 20 is not enough. or 20 is a little bit, you know, it's not a high number. But to me, being in that position as co-chair, I have to say that I do recognize the work that is behind of this. And since I mentioned in the last session, and I want to repeat again, the process of the technical assistance goes beyond the submission of requests by countries. It's requiring continuous support in the preparation and refining of those requests, as well as, you know, to respond to the OVNEs when they apply and they say, I want to deliver the technical assistance, and you get 30, 20 OVNEs saying, I want to support, and that's an additional work that you have to do. And I want to bring it once again to the table, because I guess it's important to keep in our minds that having 20, you know, technical assistance on board is not a small number from my personal point of view. And I want to thank and reiterate my appreciation for that. I also want to support the comments made regarding the importance to, I guess was coming to use the same terminology when we talk about the positions and everything, and the work that the Secretariat is doing, just to avoid this kind of confusion. It's just a minor comment. I have two main questions for the Secretariat, if I may. Perhaps I would appreciate for the clarification from the Secretariat on the financial aspect of the technical assistance provided. I guess is more in the line like ACIO. Especially, I would like to know in numbers, if it is possible, how many requests have been supported with funding and how many without. And I guess this is an important point for future discussion when we go into the budget. And frankly speaking, because I've been checking on the webpage, and I guess all the technical assistance requests are with resources. But please, the Secretariat can clarify. That's my first question. And the second question, it will be useful to better understand the contributions from the OVNEs. I guess Akio mentioned that. While most support appears to be financed through the Santiago network, there may be cases such as Vanuatu, where additional contributions have been made, and greater clarity on this will be helpful, because when we talk about this network, what we are looking for also is, you know, to get contributions for donors for the work of the Santiago network, but we also would like to see some kind of support of the OVNEs. And that's a difficult discussion, because if I will be an OVNE and I would like to help the countries to in the implementation of the technical assistance, if I don't get, you know, some kind of support from the Secretariat in resources, I don't know if they have their own resources to support the countries. I don't know if you got my point, but I guess those things are really important for our future discussions. These are the two questions, and my final comment, just to highlight from perhaps on behalf of Latin American countries. And I guess that mentioned when you present the countries, I guess there are no applications formal from our region, which is sad. But I have to say that I'm really happy, because we are in the process to hire coordinators, and we are establishing the full Secretariat. And I guess when we get all the positions on board, for sure we will have official request of technical assistance. And I know that some people is trying to work on it. And I don't want to bring negotiations here, but just to say that this is a clear example of the difficulties that we face also in Latin American region. It's not only a problem from SIDS and LDCs in terms of the development of the technical assistance requests. You see that Latin America is not applying, and what's behind that is because perhaps the country doesn't have the capacity, or the region doesn't have the capacity. So it's important, and what we need to try to do in the Santiago network is to support our regions to find some balance and to ensure that everybody can get access to the technical assistance. So I just want to bring this, because the capacity constraints is not only for two regions. I guess all developing countries face these issues, and this is a clear example. So for instance, Latin America is not applying, And we hope that with the new recruitment, we can get new technical assistance requests, perhaps from Latin America and other regions. But again, my appreciation to the Secretariat, and I look forward to continue working with all of you and to see more technical requests coming in. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Angela. Now Gideon before Aisha online. Gideon.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair, and I would also like to really appreciate the comprehensive presentation from the secretariats, and a lot of work have been done in technical assistance delivery to most vulnerable countries and communities. Outreach actions have been, conducted by the Secretariat in engaging groups and constituencies through COPS and SB, and I confirm that the Secretariat has been able to engage with our constituency, like Indigenous people constituency, and clarify and make sure that Indigenous organizations and local communities have really, be able to request and also provide for the technical assistance. The other issue is that I would like to know how many OBNEs have been expressed their interest in delivery of technical assistance and on what specific areas of focus. Another question that I would like to hear from the Secretariat is on what areas have the applicants or countries indicated their requests on technical assistance delivery. We have also seen imbalances which have stressed by other speakers from regions, like few number of countries from Latin America have requested for technical assistance, and we would like to know why region like Africa have, shown interest and applied for our request for technical assistance, and other regions are lagging behind, and we'd like to know what is really happening, and that's exactly call for the further outreach efforts to make sure that we remove these imbalances. Indigenous people in local communities have capacity to provide their expertise on technical assistance delivery, and there is a recent call for Kenya, for example. We have an indigenous organizations called Enroys Communities that have shown interest in providing their expertise on the call for Kenya. And this kind of local led organization, we really encourage them to be part of providing their expertise in delivery of the technical assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Gideon. Aisha, can you hear us? If you are with us, you have the floor. Aisha?
Yes, I can hear
Okay.
you. So thank you very much for giving me the floor. And I really appreciate, like others, the effort Secretariat is making and the presentation. So I also support some of the comments raised by other members. I think there is one area where I just want to specifically mention that the need to standardize the template, and that need has to be balanced with the agility that we require. But then the agility is linked with quick disposal or timelines where urgency is important for those who have applied for TA. I think one of the advisory board member has also highlighted that, what will happen in urgent conditions. So I think there was some small grant approach, but if it's not a small grant approach, but if it's a request for full grant approach, which is required urgently, what is the process for that? And so I think if we think that we want to remain more agile, then that agility has to be explained, that how these urgent requests will be addressed. So some sort of process and templates are required, I think, in my view, and that standardization will also help us in framing the timelines, because for a very long time, there was just one request from Vanuatu. So with some outreach, the requests for TA have increased, but now we have the challenge that how these requests will match with OBNE. OBNE is another galaxy, and TA requests are another galaxy. So how do we ensure that these two galaxies of Mars and Venus meet, and there is some matchmaking? I think there is a complete lack of coordination on this front. Maybe the Secretariat needs to identify now the type of requests coming from TA and the type of OBNEs. And I think we have to be more selective in registering OBNEs. And we really have to see their capability to deliver. And I think their capability to add some funding is also useful. And maybe we can have two categories of OBNEs: those who can contribute resources and those who will not add resources, and they only have the knowledge tool and they will deliver TA. And by doing that kind of bifurcation, maybe we can empower some of the community-based organizations and national organizations. For example, a lot of the UN organizations should only be registered if they also commit to add some of their own resources to the TA. Because what we have seen in JEF and GCF is that the administrative costs of these big organizations is so high that if the TA is for $250,000, uh, if 20, 30, $35,000 is consumed in greasing the machinery and in making sure that a big organization starts moving, then the need of the community at the national level is compromised. So we also have to ensure that whatever TA amount is approved, a maximum amount is used in developing the knowledge tool and in delivering the knowledge tool. The administrative costs need to be looked at very carefully, and this could also be a criteria for registering OBNEs, that how much is their administrative cost in providing this TA. And I think national ownership is important, and I think it was mentioned by one of the advisory board member also that the first TA resulted in a lot of national ownership. So that's why I think the focal points for Santiago network at the national level are extremely important. And more and more interaction with them would be helpful in generating more TA requests, and maybe more matchmaking at the OBNE stage also. These national focal points should be encouraged to proactively request their national organizations to register as OBNE. And if from a certain geography, a country, OBNE's requests are coming, maybe more interaction with the national focal points would be helpful in verifying the OBNEs as well. So these are just some of the points I wanted to highlight. I think most of the things are already highlighted. So for me, standardization in terms of timeline is very important. We have seen JEF and GCF blocked because there are too many requests, and then the expectations are not met. I think that was also a very important point, and we have to ensure that we don't just end up raising expectations. The capacity to deliver is extremely important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aisha. Colleagues, please be mindful of the time and try to keep it short. So when you have the floor. Okay, so thank you for your very, very personal comment. So I now invite the observer if you have a view to share it with us. I have WMO behind. Please give her the mic.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, and I will be brief in the interest of time. But just to share that in supporting and enabling TAs across different thematic areas, we're really glad to contribute and to share perhaps relevant resources, especially where technical guidance may already exist, or tools or systems that are also open source and that have been developed for the broader community to use on issues related to data on disaster loss and tracking, cataloging hazardous events, creating climate risk profiles, developing early warning systems. I think for us, what we are hearing from the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services across the different WMO constituencies is that they have a lot of needs and a lot of requests, and a lot of these tools are there. They just need the matchmaking, which this network offers, to be able to bring them the right expertise and resources to make that happen. So as the Secretariat continues to strengthen their efforts on this, we're happy to share resources, tools that can also demonstrate to the different countries what are the options and possibilities of what could be done under the network. Thank you.
Thank you, WMO. And now is it request for the floor? Online? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I now return to Liz. So just please give a very summarized response of all that we hear here. Try to be very performant in terms of time managing.
I'll do my best. Thank you so much for the comments, which I think are also converging around some themes. So I'll do my best to synthesize some responses, and I think maybe start with one that I think is important to have or provide some insight and clarity on, which are the questions around the evaluation process, the matchmaking, and the step-by-step. I mentioned the creation of evaluation panel. I think it's really important to mention that we have a rigorous evaluation process that's got 3 essential steps to it. The first is the preliminary screening, of those initial 7 to 30 proposals that we receive, organized OBNE by OBNE, preliminary screening to check against eligibility and also due diligence criteria that are set as part of the grant process. The second step, and at this stage, it remains blind to the financial evaluation, is the technical evaluation. And I mentioned the panel. It's really the core stage. It's the core stage in order for the technical quality to be the leading factors on the selection of OBNEs and members. And it's really a core stage that is also one where there's quite significant back and forth with proponents sometimes. Often there's some input, especially around the criteria that are developed. If you look at any of our calls for proposals or experts advertised now, you'll see very clear tables, sets of evaluation criteria, both technical and financial, the financial evaluation coming after the technical evaluation, so that these factors of, I'll come on to the in-kind support, etc. But at the moment, those are part of the cumulative assessment, but the technical screening or technical evaluation first. Yes, you can find the tables. These are really specific, usually to each call for proposals. Usually proponents have, in all the discussions we have, quite clear ideas of the kinds of characteristics or expertise, consortia, the kind of partners they have in mind, based on many years of experience of receiving technical assistance that may have worked well or not worked well. So there can be quite clear ideas about this or otherwise no priorities. And I think what I can say is, as we go through this early sort of selection evaluation phases, the way that those criteria are designed is really leading to the result that proponents are looking for in each case, and that does vary. I think we'll start to see that variance, that there's not a particular type of consortium, particular type of OBNE that will dominate across the process. This is early days, but that's the indication. We also have within that process some flexibility that I think speaks to quite a few of the questions around the involvement of types of local or national OBNEs. As part of engagement with proponents, but also national liaisons in that active TA. The experience so far has been a very active engagement from both proponent and national liaison to reach out to local and national organizations, elicit their expressions of interest for membership. I think that's why we see the trends that Timo was presenting earlier as well. I think quite an active effort on the side of countries to also ensure that matchmaking happens, and that there's a sort of model of backstopping is sometimes, or technical backstopping is sometimes emerging in some of these proposals. It also is applied. We have some flexibility in practice if we see across the proposals that we have in that technical evaluation or financial to start to match. Let's say the case that of an indigenous group would put in a proposal by themselves, but not obviously be able to score highly against all of the different criteria. It is possible then to start matching within what we have already received. So this is, I think, another layer of flexibility that's going to be really important. In terms of the in-kind support and co-funding questions that were raised, we do really appreciate the offers of in-kind support from members. We're starting to see it through the proposals that we're receiving, but it's very early to give any indication of what that would look like now, and like what would be the figures and for what, etc. But we do see it. But as explained, that as it stands, that financial evaluation is really secondary at the moment to the technical evaluation. So that's maybe good to provide clarity on. Some of the really pertinent questions that we're asking ourselves every day, and we hear from you, is really helpful for us to get insights, is we think will be addressed through the planned revision or review of guidelines this year. That's really timely. I think we now have all of these lessons learned and a bit in our heads. We talked about documenting best practices, but I think the best effort can be spent on really channeling that into two things: the revision or review of our existing guidelines, so that any kind of onerous processes or barriers, bottlenecks that we think we're seeing can be addressed. And we'll be working together with the advisory board on that process, but also in the standard operating procedures I mentioned. So I think the point we in the Secretariat reached a similar conclusion to the one we're hearing from you, that it's our flexibility and agility and relative hands-on approach that is proving to be our added value. I think if I would listen to the feedback from proponents so far, and but there is a need for that. We're moving now towards that more structured operationalization of these processes and so on as well. So that's the interesting phase that we're in at the moment. That's also important for the points raised on resource mobilization. We should be able to get more and more of those good impact stories, like we've definitely benefited from Vanuatu, and that's testament also to the sort of close working relationship all parties have had, the whole Santiago network in action, I would say, including advisory board through that first TA. But that value proposition and the track record is really going to be exemplified through, yes, those case studies and impact stories and communications, but also what we can report through our results framework and our meal framework. And that's why, establishing that kind of baseline and track record that we can use collectively for resource mobilization will be critical. I want to come back to the important points on LDC and SID support. So I showed a graph within the sort of pipeline of more than 20. There's 18 SIDS and LDCs, 12 from LDCs. So it's not it's not an insignificant proportion. But there are obviously, particular challenges that come through in different every context is different. But we really see that engagement with maybe that the Santiago network in this process of engagement is playing a bit of a creating a convening space almost, because there's all of these different actors in the network already. We find sometimes that our meetings are once with the proponent, the next one is opening up to more stakeholders to broaden that discussion and refine. So these are some of the ways in which we're trying to be creative on the national coordination front, and I think that is one that we see sometimes more in the context that have been highlighted here. I think we'll come back to the complementarity and coherence discussion, other agenda items, so we can maybe reflect further on that. Just to say, I think the point that a communications product won't do it all is well taken, and there's been much work on finding real operational synergies, and we'll discuss them perhaps during that agenda item. On finally, updates to the advisory board. We had thought quite carefully within the Secretariat about the bi-monthly update now that we're providing to advisory board. It has this section. For those of you who receive it, you'll see there's a new design. There's a section on operations where really these updates would be provided on the technical assistance and the membership. There is a balance I suppose a primary concern for us in the Secretariat is to ensure that proponents are feeling their interactions with Secretariat are in confidence, held in confidence, and are sort of independent, and that's where some of the back and forth can be. It varies by proponent, but that's one aspect to balance also with being able to share more information and developing informal online briefings that I think were mentioned in between other updates would be very possible.
Thank you so much, Liz. So it was long, but very clear in terms of answer and response. Thank you so much. So we are having the next agenda item for Liana. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Edie. Yeah, we have 2 remaining agenda items for today. Sorry, Muriel had her flag up.
Can I ask something on the process? Because I think the review of the guidance is super important, and I just want to be sure. So the sort of the evaluation that you will make of the 4 cases, this will come before the review, or how is it sequenced? Because I think that really we need to have this very practical understanding of, what I mean.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's both processes are ongoing, but we're very close to the end of the 4. We're very close to the end of 2 and the last stages, and we're in the middle of another 2. So I think it's fair to say that we would have completed them before we would finalize a review of the guidelines, yeah, and probably some more.
Is your questions answered with this? Okay, great. Thank you. Then indeed we move on because we have 2 agenda items left for today. The first being the results framework, and then afterwards maybe a coffee break before the results framework?
Just after you.
After me. Okay, so we do the results framework first, have a coffee break then, and then look into the additional procedures for the participation of observers before we close today. I will start with the results framework. We started the discussion yesterday in the reformal already, but let me give you some context also for those listening in today for the first time during this meeting. As you will recall, at our 3rd meeting in September 2024, the advisory board approved the interim results framework. Subsequently, at our 5th meeting in September 2025, following the adoption of the Santiago Network strategy from 2026 to 2028, the board requested the Secretariat to develop a proposal to adjust and align the results framework with the new strategy by early 2026. The revised framework before us today builds on early operational learning and is the product of an inclusive and consultative process conducted in late 2025 and early 2026. This process incorporated valuable input from the Advisory Board, Santiago Network members, national liaisons, the WIM Executive Committee, the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, and other stakeholders. The draft document was already discussed during the informal meeting of the Advisory Board yesterday, as I mentioned, and the board was invited to provide any additional feedback in writing by yesterday night. The comments have been noted by the Secretariat and will be incorporated in the revised draft of the results framework, which will be made available by tomorrow. These comments have also been incorporated in today's presentation to the extent possible. I would now like to invite Carolina to present the revised results framework as contained in document SNAP 2026-0606. Please, Carolina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and good afternoon, Advisory Board members, representatives, and observers. Thank you for the opportunity once again to present the revised results framework. This is a proposal that builds on the interim results framework and aligns with the Santiago Network strategy. We also had the chance, as mentioned by Co-Chair Leona, to discuss at the informal yesterday the results framework, and for the benefit of Advisory Board members and observers, I will take the chance in this presentation to recap briefly on some of the issues and questions raised yesterday, covering why is it timely to revise the results framework at this meeting, how the Santiago Network results framework and MIL framework are being aligned, how the results framework will help the Santiago Network measure its impact for developing countries and communities, particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Now, let's move to the mandate and rationale and provide a bit of background. As you may recall, the interim results framework was adopted in 2024, before the network started to deliver technical assistance. When the Advisory Board adopted the Santiago Network strategy at the last meeting of the Advisory Board, SNAP 5, it also requested the Secretariat to develop a proposal to adjust and align the results framework with the strategy by early 2026. One of the issues discussed at the informal yesterday was why it is timely to revise the results framework at this meeting. There are a few reasons that we want to share with the Advisory Board and with observers as well in this regard. First of all, we want to ensure that our strategy is measurable. Having the results framework in place will help us do this by translating the broad strategic priorities into concrete, measurable results. It is also timely for us to start collecting consistent results data now, given that there is at present one technical assistance under implementation, so that will help us also start measuring results at a very early stage and make sure that all those in the pipeline can already be measured with the results framework. Finalizing also the results framework at this meeting will help ensure that the MIL system can be designed and adapted to what we want to measure. This is the what before the how. So we have the results framework first and the MIL framework on the how after. Clarity on results will also help us align resourcing, enhance accountability, and communicate impact to stakeholders. And very much related to some of the previous discussions as well, it will help us enhance Santiago Network reporting, including quantitative data that you have requested as well as part of our regular report to the board. Last but not least, it will help us build a track record of results, and this will help us mobilize interest from different stakeholders, including from contributors. Now, in terms of alignment, the Santiago Network strategy is duly aligned with the results framework is duly aligned with the Santiago Network strategy. And here, I would like you to provide you the assurance that even though these different pieces have been discussed and considered at different points in time, there has been an intentional approach in developing them in tandem and in a way that they are coherent to one another. The strategy at the top defines what the network aims to deliver, and it was adopted at SNAP 5. The results framework defines what results we will measure, and it's due for consideration at this meeting. And the MIL framework under current development
to be presented at SNAP 7 will elaborate how the results are monitored, evaluated, and used for learning. To make this more concrete, please allow me to provide you an example. The Santiago network defines a strategic priority 1 as understanding technical assistance needs and priorities. The results framework defines specific outcomes and outputs to measure this priority. Outcome 1 will measure the Santiago network's reported effectiveness in improving countries' understanding on loss and damage, risks, and needs. Outputs 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3 will measure the number of countries identifying technical assistance needs and priorities, the number of technical assistance requests that are supported, and the number of loss and damage, risks, and needs assessments delivered. The MIL framework will elaborate further details and guidance on how these specific results are measured. Here's some examples. How data on effectiveness is collected from countries after technical assistance delivery, how members report technical assistance outputs, how the Secretariat will aggregate results and report on them, and how evaluations and learning are done. All these aspects will be considered under the MIL framework. Hopefully this example can help you identify how this cascades down from the strategy to the MIL framework. Now, in terms of the results framework, the full proposal, as you see in the published document, was developed through a consultative process over the past few months. It evolves from the interim results framework by introducing several improvements. First, it is fully aligned with the Santiago network strategy. Second, it clarifies the results architecture, indicators, and means of verification. You may see that the table has two parts: network effectiveness results, which relate to the delivery of technical assistance, and institutional effectiveness results that relate to institutional performance. Third, gender, inclusion, and vulnerability considerations have been embedded more systematically across results. And fourth, the results have been also tested in terms of implementability. We receive as part of feedback the need to streamline the indicators to make them manageable, and the current proposal is further streamlined. Moving now to the results architecture. The published results table has 4 tiers. At the top level, there is impact, aligned with the Santiago network vision of building a world where developing countries and communities shape and drive inclusive action on loss and damage. Given the fact that this involves many actors working together in the ecosystem, this will be assessed through periodic evaluations and synthesis studies. Below, we have outcomes. These are the lasting changes that the network aims to generate for vulnerable countries and communities. Next are outputs, which capture immediate results delivered through the network's activities, such as technical assistance requests supported, institutions, policies, or systems enhanced. Finally, the framework includes institutional indicators, tracking performance indicators such as financial sustainability, member engagement, and operational effectiveness. These are important for us as well in the context of the independent performance review of the network to be commissioned, and this data will help inform that independent review. Let me now move to important design principles. Given the centrality of gender, inclusion, and vulnerable communities, these considerations have been embedded across the results architecture. Outcome 3 of the framework also highlights specific results relating to support provided to SIDS, LDCs, and particularly vulnerable communities. Participation of target groups, including indigenous peoples, local communities, women, children, and youth, and promotion of gender-responsive and socially inclusive objectives. We thank the advisory board members for the additional proposals yesterday on gender, inclusion, and conflict sensitivity, and will build this into the next draft. We also took note of the suggestions to ensure that the language is fully consistent with accepted terminology. Let us now move to implementation. The framework has been designed, as mentioned, to be practical and implementable for the current stage of the Santiago network operations. Data will come from 3 main sources: member technical assistance reporting, Secretariat operational data, and evaluations, surveys, and case studies. Implementation is planned in 2 stages. One, immediately upon adoption on an interim basis through existing technical assistance and reporting processes. And second, a full monitoring and learning system rollout once the MIL framework is adopted. To ensure that the Santiago network is well prepared for results management as technical assistance operations mature, from 2027 onwards, the Secretariat recommends budgeting for a MIL specialist position and dedicated systems. In closing, the revised results framework aims to provide the network with a clear, aligned, and practical system for tracking results. We look forward to the advisory board's guidance and consideration of this proposal, and we are happy to respond to any questions. Thank you. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Carolina, for the concise presentation. I would now like to ask the advisory board to consider the results framework as presented today, and I want to assure you that the discussion that we had yesterday has been captured by the Secretariat, and the comments will be included in the revised draft that will be shared to you until tomorrow. So I invite all of you to only provide additional comments and questions that you may be having. Yes, please, Angela.
Just very brief, I guess everybody is perhaps tired. Just to say that from my side and for the record of the meeting, I look forward for the adoption of the results framework. We have a clear mandate to do that here in this meeting. We already shared different views in the informal meeting, and I guess we don't have time to repeat everything. Perhaps just to say that in the first version, I understand that the Secretariat included the reference of a male consultant. This is something that I just want to perhaps join the voice of others during the informal meeting, that this is something that we need to discuss in more detail because it has some kind of budgetary implications. But we need to discuss more on that. So that's one of the things that we need to perhaps delete as part of this document. And I look forward to see the revised version that the Secretariat is doing. And just to say, perhaps from my side, that I need to look into detail some references that perhaps will have some political sensitive issues. I know that there are some proposals that were made yesterday by some colleagues. I'm open to consult that, but there are some sensitivities in at least in Latin American region. Just to raise that for the record of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for mentioning this. I also wanted to highlight that the revised draft that we will receive by tomorrow will have a track changes. The track changes will be underlined, so we will know what exactly is being changed. Alpha, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank to the Secretary for the presentation, and I think we had sufficient time yesterday to explain ourselves. I just wanted to indicate that I look forward to the revised version and also bring to the table that the decision point should actually include a paragraph on how the mail will be developed to ensure that the two documents speaks to each other, and actually giving an assurance that we are adopting a result management framework without, the corresponding mail. So it is my understanding that that even though we approved that here at this board meeting, which is also my wish, it will not be operationalized up to the next board meeting, even though it will be, the time is short, there are not many things happening on the ground to generate information, to measure the result, etc., etc. But as I indicated, I think the adoption of the result framework should have a specific disclaimer speaking to the mail and ensuring, giving the assurance that the two documents will will speak to each other. I guess I speak that I explained that yesterday, and I guess the secretary also understands what I'm talking about. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha. Indeed, that is noted. Perhaps the secretary would also like to respond of how they were planning to use the results framework once we adopt it at this meeting, while we're still waiting for the meal to be fully operationalized and adopted. But I also wanted to address that in the previous agenda items, there was a lot of requests to see more outcomes. And of course, only once we use the results framework will the Secretariat be able to deliver and show which outcomes have been achieved. Anybody else who would like to take the floor from among the advisory board? Indeed, we have had a rich discussion yesterday already on this, but not with the observers. So perhaps there's someone from among the observers who would like to. Yes, sorry, Alpha, please go ahead.
Yes, as I indicated, the whole idea is, for me, it is that the sequences and the framework itself, because the mail and the result management framework should be seen together, is happening in a normal way, because I used to see both happening at the same time, and that was the point. So, and I do believe if we approve now, whatever the Secretariat does to check will not harm, but at some point, perhaps, depending on the mail that we'll be having, it might be that we need to come back to the result management and so on. So just these interlinkages to be clear, and then, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Alpha. It's well noted. Turning to the room and the advisors in the room. Ah, sorry, couldn't see you, but please. You will get the mic and then you're invited to speak.
Oh, okay. I just have a question regarding the vulnerable people and the footnote. So persons with disabilities are not mentioned here. Is that for a particular reason? Is that because of the reference to other frameworks, or was that a conscious decision against including persons with disability who represent 16% of the world's population?
Thank you very much for raising that point.
1616 according to WHO.
Thank you. Any other flags? If not, I would like to hand it back to the Secretariat, back to Liz, or to Carolina, apologies, to respond. Yes, it was you, yeah.
Happy to, and many thanks, Co-Chair. We appreciate the comments and the feedback that's been received. Those are well noted, as well as the comments from yesterday. The intention, when it comes to the resourcing, the intention is to take up resourcing matters holistically as part of the budget discussions. So we hear as well the comments in relation to the meal specialist, and we'll make sure as well that those are taken up when it comes to the budget. We acknowledge as well the importance of aligning the resource framework and the meal. Those are two important components of the same architecture. First, the how is to be measured, and then first the what is to be measured, and then the how that is to be measured. And they will be duly sequenced and aligned in response to the feedback. We're keeping track also of all the comments on specific results and indicators, including those more detailed comments that will help us as well feed this into the meal framework that is currently under development.
Also, to assure that the results framework itself includes a provision for review. So it is expected to be reviewed as well as the Santiago network evolves over time. The expected review is towards the end of the strategy cycle in 2028. So it can also be updated and responsive to an evolving landscape. We appreciate also the question in relation to people with disabilities, and many thanks as well for raising this important point. We use the language from the technical assistance guidelines for consistency. There are also provisions in documentation approved by the advisory board to align with language that aligns with the 11th preambular paragraph of the Paris Agreement, and inclusion of persons with disabilities and importance of accessibility in information is noted and accounted for in the communications strategy that was adopted by the board at the last meeting. But many thanks for those comments, are very helpful for us in terms of identifying more broadly the target groups that need to be considered. Thank you. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much to the Advisory Board and the observers and the Secretariat for making this a short agenda item, having had a rich discussion yesterday. So we're almost back on track, which is great time-wise. As stated before, I would like to propose that we request the Secretariat to share an in-session version of the results framework based on the feedback received from the Advisory Board. And the Secretariat will aim to circulate the revised version overnight so we can all review. It is proposed that tomorrow we will reopen item 7 as per the schedule of work, and will ask the Secretariat to walk us through the revised in-session draft and invite a further round of inputs from the Advisory Board and observers to assess how close we are to finalizing the document for approval. This will then give us the opportunity to make further refinements as required, with a view to finalizing the results framework for approval at this meeting. If this proposed way forward is acceptable, and in the interest of having an efficient meeting and ensuring we have time for the other important items, we would like to suspend this item now and resume our discussion tomorrow morning with the revised in-session drafts. And without further ado, we will take a 15 minutes, maybe a 10 minutes break and meet again in this room at 4 p.m. You have a question, Akio?
A question.
Yes, please.
Mentioned by. So you summarized that to ask Secretariat to share the document used yesterday. Does that mean the presentation material on result framework or also includes others like meal framework or not?
There won't be a version of the meal framework yet. It will only be the revised results framework, again revised with the updates, with the comments shared yesterday, today, in written and in verbal format. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. See you in 10 minutes. Oh, sorry. Alpha, please go ahead.
Just a plea, perhaps tomorrow to do the agenda item after lunch, so that people have time to digest, and not at 10 a.m. because we don't know when night, and then whether you can.
I mean, it's up to all of us, but I don't think it will be at 10 p.m. It is actually scheduled for the slot before the lunch break, not in the morning, but before the lunch break between 11 and 1. So ideally, we will have time to discuss it then. And I'm also just informed that, yes, we will also have a look again at the revised schedule of work, so we can all see how exactly the work schedule is going to be for tomorrow. We will do that at the end of the day. Now, I'm not missing any flags anymore, correct? Then let's have a coffee break.
Colleagues, can you take a seat? We'll need to start again and to close the agenda.
You go to get it done?
Let's check the issues.
Is it the last agenda item?
It is.
Let's check the issues.
After that, we only need to look at the decision points.
Super.
And the schedule.
You might want to just check if Aisha is online. She's
Who is online?
Aisha.
Aisha.
Non-observers.
Is she making the presentation? Okay. Aisha, are you with us? You are going to present.
Yes,
okay,
I'm
you are
with
going
you.
to present. I will give you the floor just after.
Okay.
Okay. Please, can you take a seat, colleagues? Okay, so let us now turn to agenda item 6, additional procedures for the participation of observers. As you will recall, at our 5th meeting, the advisory board requested the task force on outreach to develop recommendations for additional procedures to enhance the effectiveness of observer participation in our meetings. During the intersessional period, the task force reviewed a benchmarking exercise conducted by the Secretariat, which analyzed observer participation practices across comparable UNFCCC constituted bodies and climate funds. The task force also carefully considered the written inputs submitted by advisory board members and representatives following the invitation to provide input 6 days prior to the 6th meeting of the advisory board. Based on this work, the task force has proposed recommendations in 6 key areas: accreditation, registration in-person participants, management of in-person participants, role and engagement of observers, secretariat arrangement, and confidentiality and conflict of interest. I would like now to invite Aisha as speakperson of the task force on outreach to present the recommended procedures on behalf of the task force and contained in document SNAP 2026-0605. Aisha, if you are with us, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. And at the outset, I would like to really convey my thanks to all the other task force members and the Secretariat in putting all of this together. The mandate was given by the advisory board, and the objective was to come up with recommendations to ensure observer participation. So we have the TORs of the task force, the views submitted by members and representatives were mainly used for developing these recommendations, and a benchmarking exercise which was facilitated by the Secretariat was also carried out to make a comparison with other organizations such as the practice used by UNFCCC. The task force discussions held intersessionally. And some of the challenges, that we were really trying to address was that there is a discrepancy between registration and attendance. It was difficult for the Secretariat to really find out that how many will be participating. And then venue and capacity limitations are also there. And sometimes many people register, but we don't know how much will be there in person. then limited accountability mechanism, absence of a structured approach defining participation modalities, insufficient clarity on the practice of some observers advising AB members. So these were the challenges that we were facing. And so some of the recommendations that we have developed for the accreditation, the Secretariat continues to issue meeting notifications to the entities outlined in paragraph 11, entities receiving meeting notifications, parties to the UNFCCC, UNFCCC admitted observer organizations, Santiago network members, national liaison, and relevant institutional counterparts can register to the meetings as observers. The Secretariat may update the list to allow for the future inclusion of other relevant stakeholders as appropriate. And for the registration of in-person participants, capacity is managed by allocating fixed numerical quotas to overarching categories based on venue size. For coordinated constituencies, the 9 recognized UNFCCC NGO groups, allocations are self-managed by their respective focal points, who submit finalized lists to the Secretariat. For actors that typically register individually, such as parties, IGOs, and Santiago network members, seats within their reserved pools are allocated on a first-come, first-served basis, subject to a limit to ensure broad representation. Further logistical recommendations include maybe reminders and double confirmations. And then on the management of in-person participants, the recommendation is no formal priority categories in alignment with the rules of procedure, which invite observers to provide technical expertise and inputs to the advisory board's deliberations. The co-chairs manage interventions based solely on relevance to the specific agenda item and time availability, calling on observers who raise their hands, virtual or physical, in the order that best serves the discussion and considering the order in which hands were raised. For the roles and engagement, while noting that the advisory board specifically requested the task force to recommend additional procedures for enhancing the effectiveness of participation of observers in the meetings of the advisory board, the task force recommends that the advisory board explore the potential value of establishing modalities for engaging observers intersessionally too, such as pre-meeting briefings or written inputs regarding the practice of some observers providing advisory support to advisory board members. The advisory board may wish to consider whether such support mechanisms should be addressed within these observer participation modalities or through a separate governance mechanism. For the Secretariat support, the Secretariat will continue to provide support to facilitate observer engagement, encompassing the issuance of notifications for observer participation, registration, individual inquiries, online and in-person support, including organization of reception and visa support letters. In-person participation will always be fully funded. And then confidentiality and a conflict of interest. The task force does not propose specific options at this stage. Instead, it recommends that once the board agrees on the observer participation model, the conflict of interest committee should review the framework to assess its compatibility with existing guidelines and determine if additional measures are required. And I think we have already included this in the procedures. So this is mainly all the recommendations. So basically, we are addressing the problem of managing the size of observers, and we want to do it in a manner which is followed by other international organizations. That's why we use the international benchmarking. So it is up to the advisory board members to give guidance on this. And another thing that we discussed in the informal task force meeting was that the TORs of the task force on outreach are much broader than just this task. So I think the outreach task force need to perform all those activities which are written in the TORs. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you for the presentation and to the task force for its diligent work on this matter. So I now invite the advisory board to consider and comment on the recommended procedures. So I have Stella first. Ayush? Oh, Tete, you were the first. And Stella, and then Ayush. No.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the task force for the outstanding work that they have done. I do have a short process request now, since it's the representatives tried to put this forward. We would also be sharing the responsibility of giving our collective response to the recommendations made. So if the co-chairs can indulge us, my proposal is I go first, Ayush goes second, and Gideon goes third, to capture the fullness of our response.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So we appreciate the precedence of the the advisory board has already set to enable inclusive participation and ensure diverse expertise can inform its deliberations. So the advisory board should build on this foundation to further strengthen observer participation, complemented by the rules of procedures and outreach and engagement strategy. So as I already mentioned, we welcome the work of the task force supported by the Secretariat. We feel that the recommendations are well structured and have the potential to address a range of challenges experienced to date. So we support the recommendations with the following comments. First, on the process to develop and review the observer policy, the advisory board should adopt a decision at SNAB 6 to operationalize the recommendations with some refinements. This should be considered a starting point. The Secretariat could report regularly to the board on challenges and solutions related to observer participation, both in person and virtual. The mandate of the task force on outreach could be extended to SNAB 8 to support the continued refinement of the policy and ensure that observer perspectives are fully integrated. This process could draw on lessons from the FRLD board, where observers and the Secretariat have jointly convened consultations and shared draft approaches for input. On accreditation, it should be clarified that the current practice of open accreditation should continue without requiring nominations through UNFCCC observer or party focal points, complemented by targeted meeting notifications to relevant stakeholders. And now I pass it on to my colleague Ayush to continue our comments.
Thank you, Tedet, and thank you, Co-Chair. So, first of all, we would like to welcome the work on strengthening the observer participation, and overall, we would encourage maintaining an open and inclusive approach, given the nature of the Santiago network, where members themselves are integral to diversity. So on the registration part, we support maintaining both in-person and virtual participation, but at the same time, moving away from purely first-come, first-served system would be an important, as it can be disadvantageous for the participant from the developing countries. So in this regard, we may wish to draw on practice from other bodies, such as Fund for Responding Loss and Damage, where observer seats are allocated through the UNFCCC constituencies, while allowing some flexibility for other categories also, with appropriate limit to ensure the balanced representation. So we would also see the value in simple practical measures such as reminders and double confirmation to improve the in-person participation, In addition to that, tracking the number of registered observers versus actual participants could provide the useful insight for the future planning. So more broadly, it could be useful for further review participation practices across other UNFCCC bodies, such as the WIM-XCOM FRLD board and the adaptation committee, to ensure the alignment and consistency where it is appropriate. So on the management part during meeting, we would like to emphasize that meeting should remain open to observers, continuing to benefit from the technical expertise and lived experiences. So the current practice of allowing both in-person and virtual observer to intervene should be maintained without introducing overly rigid criteria for participation. While we also recognize that closed session may indeed, in specific cases, the default should remain open and transparent discussion with observers. Finally, there may also be a value in exploring observer participation in the informal settings. So drawing on existing practices, for example, allowing advisors or limited observer participation while ensuring that discussion remain manageable. So overall, the objective should be to maximize the meaningful and balanced representation while keeping the arrangement practical and efficient. Thank you.
Gideon, you want to complete?
Yes. So the role and engagement, we support the strengthening opportunities for observers engagement, both intersessionally and during the meetings, including pre-meeting briefings, written submissions, and consultations. The advisory board could be on lesson from the FRLD observers engagement model, including monthly meetings and additional meetings with the secretariat, co-chairs and executive director, separately and together depending on the subject matter. Secretariat support, adequate resources will be essential for the secretariat to facilitate meaningful observer engagement, which is central to the Santiago Network mandate as a collaborative platform. On the issue around confidentiality, the advisory board may also consider confidentiality measures, example, signing non-disclosure agreements where needed to enable observer participation in closed session.
Thank you, Gideon. So now I have Stella and then Alpha.
Thank you so much, co-chair, and thanks so much, Aisha and the task force for all the work that you have done. I think it's really useful. I'm really happy that we actually have a proposal in front of us and that we can engage on the substance of those recommendations, which is really helpful. But also, I want to comment on that, but then I also want to comment on the way forward and where do we go from this paper that has been developed. So I broadly agree with many of the recommendations, I think on the invitations, on continuing the practice, on registration support and reminders and the double confirmation, on the accountability measure. I think this is an interesting proposal, and also on the Secretariat support and the conflict of interest recommendations. I do not support a couple of proposals, or maybe not fully, and I do want to challenge a little bit what I have just heard from my dear colleagues. I think it suffices also to go outside of the room and have a look at the desk that is there with a lot of badges of observers that have registered for in-person participation but are unfortunately not in the room. And I think that really speaks to the challenge that has been captured quite well in the paper. And it takes a lot of resources from the Secretariat to manage registration, to ensure that there is participation from observers, and that they do these calculations of numbers for the room, for coffee breaks, and all of this. So I think that there needs to be also some reality check, and I would encourage us not to necessarily look at the examples of the funds, because they are not similar bodies as Santiago Network. I think there are very key differences between FRLD and some other funds and the Santiago Network, and also one of those differences is the uniqueness of the advisory board, and having the three of you on the board, which is really amazing, and it really gives the opportunity to the constituencies to bring their views and to participate and to share with us. So it is much more inclusive. So on the overflow room, I really do not see the need for that. I mean, here we have, the Secretariat has managed to secure the room that has enough space for those who have registered in person, and I think even those who didn't appear, although they have registered, they would still fit into this room. So I do not see the need for planning in the budget for additional room, because this would have to be, it would have to be planned for at the moment when they are booking the venue. So not at the moment when they already know how many registrations are coming, because we know that the registrations are open until the very last moment. So that would be kind of planning for a much larger presence, and then maybe only in the last minute realizing that there will be less people present and then having to pay for it nevertheless. So I do not support that recommendation. I also remain to be convinced about the value of inter-service engagement of observers. And this is not to say that we shouldn't be inclusive, but I think we have already different ways of engaging observers and those stakeholders that we deal with Santiago Network, because of the fact that we are a network and we are not a fund. And to me, the major concern here is actually capacity of the Secretariat and the priority of the Secretariat to deliver on the mandate, which is technical assistance delivery. And there is a representation in my mind, first of all, through the constituencies that are present in the advisory board, but also a lot of the observers are OBNEs, and there is a lot of engagement from the Secretariat, as we have heard already today, with OBNEs. And then there are other categories of observers who are party observers, and there is also engagement with them through the contact points and the liaisons and, building the pipeline of technical assistance. So I would be, before taking on that recommendation, I would really be curious to hear from the task force if there is a gap, because inter-service engagement of observers and briefings, that requires a lot of resources from their Secretariat, while at the same time we have weeks before the meeting, and we open the floor for observers at every meeting. For every agenda item, there is an opportunity to contribute. And I think it happened in the past that when someone wasn't able to contribute under the agenda item, they could also send comments during the meeting, and then the co-chairs were informed about those comments and could take them on board while drafting the decision from the agenda item. So I think there is a lot of opportunities there. As I said, I remain to be convinced, but I want to know what the gap is, and if there really is a gap, and if there is an issue. Because we shouldn't be just creating procedures when they are not needed, but we should be responding to an actual need. So for me, if we adapt the recommendations from the paper and we take them and we package them into a document, and maybe we can agree at this meeting on those set of recommendations, and these are our policies then, they constitute. So I'm curious to hear also from other colleagues if this would be possible, and maybe if the task force would be able to prepare an in-session document, so we have a set of, 6, 7 recommendations that we take it forward, and we can have a decision at this meeting, which would be amazing. But on the other hand, if there is a need for broader consultation or taking more time, then let's take more time. But I would encourage us not to do it at the 7th meeting, because we have so much on the agenda. Also, what we heard earlier today, there will be a very intense meeting. So then maybe we're looking more at SNAP 8. But yeah, these are just some of my comments. But thank you so much for the work done. And I believe we are in the good place to actually start implementing already some of those good recommendations, but maybe thinking twice about some others. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. Alpha.
Thank you. Thank to Asha for the report. I tend to agree with Stella on all the points, more or less, and I think there's no point to have a new another room for observer, and I think the engagement that we are allowing says so here is very, at least good practice. And we are definitely also open to strengthening those engagement and making sure that decisions that are taken here also reflect their point of view as far it is possible. I do have some comments on the quota first. I think there should be a dedicated quota for country representative. We are talking observers, and national liaison might be observers also. And I think as far as someone is, registering as a country, priority should be given to that representative. The second point is, I think it is, of course, there is a discrepancy between the registered people and the presence. And one of the points is, there's a visa issues, of course. And I think the secretary had the experience. The secretary is doing its utmost best, because there is an observer that came to all the board meetings, and this time around, because of funding issues, I got the funding approval at very late moment. I could not make it, and I think. And the person contacted me, and I say, okay, the secretariat should help you. And I think the secretariat was very responsive, and I appreciate that. And I think that's the kind of support we want to say. But I think it will be too broad to say that the registration does not match the presence, because there are underlying parameters that we are not fully aware of that might prevent some members to come, particularly from the global south. So I will stop there, and thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alpha. I have Muriel and then Angela.
Yeah, it seems that we are going into the same direction. I have actually so far not really understood whether there is a problem or whether we are just creating a problem. And I think we are really busy, and the Secretariat is extremely busy with a lot of other things, so we need to really choose our battles. I think the recommendation which was made was very good, very practical in terms of implementation. I fully agree with everything that they have put forward, with the exception also of the overflow room, which I really think is not necessary. We had 52 registrations, 22 showed up today, and I guess in other meetings it was also not different. So, and in terms of engagement with focal points or OBNEs, I think there are better ways to do that, or there are, in a sense that it is inclusive, people can be contribute to the discussions in person or online, but I think there are also other ways that we can exchange maybe in a more targeted way about specific subjects. So I really hope that we can just say, okay, these are good recommendations, pack it in another document and we agree on it, and then we move on, because we have many other things to do, and certainly we should not discuss it during the SNAP 7 because we will not have the time.
Thank you, Muriel. Angela?
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. Just to be very brief, I fully endorse the previous intervention, as well as endorse the intervention made by Stella. I guess there are recommendations that we can use for our decision points or our policy, but I do not believe that it's necessary to develop additional policies. I guess the Secretariat put in the document some ideas that could help us to improve the participation of observers, and I guess we can take a decision here. Short, concise, but trying to solve the concerns. I don't see any sticky issue, and I'm going to use the word that was mentioned yesterday by Muriel. But if there is a sticky issue, we need to discuss into too much detail. if at the end we decide that we need to have a long process with this, I oppose to have this discussion in the next meeting of the advisory board, because there is not time to do that. Of course, the observer participation is really important, and the Secretariat is trying to manage that in the best way that they can. But it's also we need to be conscious that, for instance, they have a huge amount of registration of observer participation, but at the end they don't show up. I guess as they explained very well, and perhaps they have some issues, and it's time, resource that we are spending in this kind of trying to check once again if they want to come, trying to organize the venue, the room, and everything, and we don't have a huge secretariat to say that they can stay all the time discussing with them if they can attend and if they can come. But again, I guess that they are trying to do their best to have the observers on board. On the participation of them and submissions and inputs, in comparison with other bodies that I've been, they have been engaging since the beginning in each agenda item, providing inputs. We take them on board. It was in the last meeting also the same. They send comment in writing. When the co-chairs react, they say we took on board the comments made by the observers in X of Y, Z way. So I think it's already there. And we saw it today also, and we do appreciate their inputs. So I guess we can solve it easily, and we don't need to take too much time in postponing this, and just to build on the document that was prepared by the Secretariat. And on the overflow thing, just to support, we don't need, let's see, we don't have 50 people here as attending, so there is no need to have an overflow, and we need to use our resources for the purpose of this network, which is for the technical assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for your useful comments on this item. So do I have any other requests for floor in the room on advisory board members? Observers? Yes. Yes. You are welcome. So.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to add our voice to the fact that we have welcomed and appreciated the opportunity to participate in person and online. We also very much appreciate the opportunity to be able to provide written feedback. Sometimes the substance of the discussions really merits that. I do think also, as we look at the content of the next SNAPS meetings, that will definitely be a key mechanism for us to share some of our feedback based also on the experiences that we have had with provision of technical assistance, be it through this mechanism or others. So I do hope that will continue, but I am encouraged very positively by the experience that we have had so far. Thank you.
Any other?
Thank you so much, Elena Cedillo from the Lutheran World Federation. I echo also my colleague for the opportunity to participate online and in person. And I would like to make a comment to emphasize the importance of allow flexibility with allocation. Probably, and maybe not only through the UN constitutive focal point, because we are a faith-based organization, for example, and at the UNFCCC we don't have a constituency of faith-based organizations. So, but sometimes we are part of others, but sometimes also we are part of the Interfaith Liaison Committee to the UNFCCC, but not really a constituency. But we really value the opportunity to participate here, and also we are faith-based communities working many times in vulnerable countries with the most vulnerable people. So I think also having here and participate in this board also help us to provide support to the people we are working with. Thank you.
Who else? Okay. So. Do you have a mic, please?
I think one is waiting and one isn't.
Thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you, co-chairs as well. Taking the floor from IFRC, and just to really echo our colleagues from WMO and others to say how deeply we appreciate the space that's consistently made within this space. Every agenda item is opened up for our comment. And IFRC has been able to participate in all of the board meetings to date. We're also really excited as a member of the network. We're one of the 9 networks that's part of this network. So from one network to another, we also really appreciate the balancing act that's required between supporting members, supporting with technical assistance. And so we just want to really note and appreciate the space that has been made available. Of course, there are always opportunities to continue to evolve and grow, but also we would really encourage as a member of the network that we also look for how the membership can continue to evolve in the network itself, whether that be through virtual participation, sharing learning and expertise, and so that is really kind of grounded in operational practice and learning, so we can catalyze even more technical assistance across networks, bodies and organizations, and just to really appreciate the work that's been done to date and the inclusive space that has been created. Thank you.
So, any other? Do we have a request online? No? Okay, Aisha, do you have something to add?
No, I think we have got a very good sense. The feeling that I have got is that generally members want to keep these, recommendations really practical and simple. So I think that's exactly what the task force also tried to do. And if any clarifications are required, Secretariat is also there to reply.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, colleagues, for your inputs. So the proposed way forward is in light of the feedback received, we invite the outreach and engagement task force with the support of the Secretariat to take this input into account in refining the recommendation and to revert to the advisory board during this meeting for further consideration and potential approval of these recommendations to inform further practice of the advisory board secretariat. So, is agreed to? Okay. Thank you so much. So, I think we already finalized our agenda. So we are at the closing. Yes.
Yeah, we're close to the closing.
Okay, we are at the closing of the day 1. So I will hand over to my co-chair who already opened the meeting. You have to close it, and you have to close it.
I will, but before I do, I just want to make a remark on the schedule of work. As mentioned this morning, we will now revisit the schedule of work for tomorrow and Thursday. This will allow all of us to make any necessary adjustments and ensure that sufficient time is allocated to the agenda items that have not yet been concluded. As you can see, the revised schedule is now displayed on the screen. I'll give you all a second to have a look. You will see that it is proposed that tomorrow's meeting will begin with a closed session of the advisory board from 9 to 10 a.m. So observers are therefore kindly invited to join from 10 a.m. For the remainder of the day's schedule. I also wish to inform you we thought about switching around agenda items to accommodate, I think it was Alpha's request, to have enough time to review the revised results framework tomorrow. But we cannot switch around the collaboration with the ExCom agenda items, since this is already in their agendas. It has time difference issues that come into play, so it kind of needs to stay there, which also means that the agenda item 7, the results framework, would need to stay in the late morning, so to say, right before the lunch break. I'm happy to open the floor to the advisory board and have a look on, let's look at the day 3 still. We have some new agenda items that we haven't started discussing yet. One of them being the dates and venues in the late morning. But prior to this, also the performance process of the Santiago Network Secretariat Director. We discussed some of this already during the informal. We will see if any agenda items need to be continued or if we can agree on those that are scheduled for tomorrow. And then we will also look at the report of the meeting. I'll make a note on that just after the scheduling as well. So is there any advisory board member who wishes to make a comment on the schedule of work for tomorrow? Yeah, go ahead, Angela, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Co-Chair. Not on the schedule, but just a question of process. Are we expecting to receive tonight some kind of decision points based on the discussion today? And what is the deadline for us to review it? Because we have a reception and we want to also enjoy. We can go to the reception and we want to go to sleep early. That's the summary. Thank you. Just
Fully understood. I would have gotten to this right after the schedule of work. Stella, is this still on the schedule of work? Yes, then please go ahead.
Yes, thanks so much, Niona, and it looks great. Just a clarification point. I think the agenda item with the executive committee, which is right after lunch, it doesn't actually require the presence of executive committee members. I think maybe what was meant is the item 9B, I guess, which is with the FRLD, where we do have an external speaker, I understand. But for the executive committee, we had the exchange yesterday, and I think it will be like Angela and myself, we can give the usual update from the ExCom, and then we can have a discussion around the larger collaboration, and there are other elements for this agenda item. But just to make sure that there is no misunderstanding that we expect ExCom to join us, and I guess that might give you some flexibility if you wanted to switch those two around, but I'm not questioning that. I think, you know, if Alpha is fine with having 11 to 1 for the 11:30, then I'm also fine with that order. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for clarifying, Stella. Yes, I think we got it mixed up. We were told that there would be a participant from the US, and we're already wondering which ExCom member is from the US. But now we figured it out. It will actually be the Deputy Executive Director of the FRLD, and you were exactly right that this was the concern with switching it around. So we do have some more flexibility potentially. Alpha, do you want to come in on that?
It is a suggestion. You know, the agenda on budget is something requiring a lot of concentration from my part, and I think to somehow steering that discussion. I'm afraid when we get the document on the strategy, because I want to have time to digest. So I'm at your hand. If the possibility is there, I think it will not harm. Otherwise, I'm fine. I'm at your hand. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you had raised it previously, and we had tried to incorporate it. So I think it's switching from one to the other now on the screen, but which one do we want? Well, yeah, we could have our deliberations on collaboration on the ExCom right after the first break, then have the lunch break, and then engage on the results framework if that is more agreeable to everybody. Yeah? Okay, so we leave it at that. And also referring to the question by Angela, indeed, as noted this morning, the co-chairs with the support of the Santiago Network Secretariat will capture the main points and decisions arising from today's agenda items. And these decision points will be shared with the advisory board by email by the end of the day for comments by 10 a.m. tomorrow. So kindly have a look at your email inboxes. You will receive decision points, proposed decision points on the agenda items today. And you will have the chance to give feedback until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. If no comments or proposed revisions are received by that time, the decision points will be considered as agreed. For your reference, the Secretariat will also share copies of the presentations from today's sessions with the advisory board by email, so you can have another look at the presentations that we heard today. And also with regards to the schedule of work, it will be posted on the meeting website. So not only the advisory board, but the public will know about the updated schedule of work tomorrow and the day after on the Santiago Network website. I am happy to open the floor for comments or questions if there are any on the process agreed. Please go ahead, Angela.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and apologies for coming back. Would it be possible to extend the deadline until 11:30, just in case if we need to use our break to review the final decision points, and also because we are gonna get the framework, results framework tonight, and I don't know if we have enough time. I know that there are not a lot of points, and I'm sure you will give us the clean version, but perhaps just to have additional time for us. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for raising this point. I think it's absolutely possible to give that additional time, since we will also be looking into the revised results framework, but also noting there won't be many decision points as of yet. So I hope that we will all have enough time to review both. Perfect. Okay, so I guess this concludes our deliberations of day one. And the only remaining thing is to invite all the present observers, as well as advisory board members, secretariat, everyone here to join us for an informal reception that will take place now on the ground floor, so basically around the corner in this hotel where we also had lunch. And we're happy to engage with all of you. Looking forward, and thank you very much.